The smell of pot roast filled the Westbrook family dining room, mixing with the scent of expensive cologne and casual condescension. I sat in my usual spot, to the right of my husband Thomas, across from his sister Patricia, and diagonal from his father, George Westbrook, who was mid-lecture about the decline of American business. The problem with today's economy, George announced, cutting his meat with the same precision he used to cut down employees, is that everyone thinks they're an expert. Every housewife with a Facebook page thinks she's a CEO. Patricia laughed, her MBA from Northwestern apparently immunizing her from the category of housewife. So true, Dad. Remember that woman at the country club who tried to give you supply chain advice? Ridiculous, George scoffed, as if someone who spends her days planning dinner parties could understand the complexities of manufacturing. Thomas shifted uncomfortably beside me, under the table, his hand found mine, squeezing gently. He knew, of course, he'd helped me file the paperwork for my third company last month, but we'd agreed my business was my business, and his family didn't need to know. What do you think, Emma? George turned to me, his gray eyes sharp with barely concealed disdain. Do housewives understand business? I smiled, setting down my fork with deliberate calm. I think anyone can understand business if they take the time to learn. Learn? He laughed, the sound echoing off the formal dining room walls. From where? Pinterest? Mommy blogs? Those little craft businesses you ladies do on Etsy? George, Thomas's mother, Helen, said quietly from her end of the table. 30 years of marriage had taught her when to intervene and when to stay silent. This was apparently a staying silent moment, because she immediately returned to her salad. I'm serious, George continued, warming to his theme. I had a supplier last month, woman-owned business, diversity hire probably, completely botched our orders. Took them 3 weeks to sort out what should have been a simple shipment. This is what happens when housewives play businesswoman. My smile widened. Which supplier was that? Meridian Industrial. Supplies our packaging materials. He waved dismissively. I'm already looking for a replacement. Can't have amateurs handling critical supply chains. I took a sip of wine. Meridian Industrial, my second company, purchased 6 months ago when the previous owner retired. The botched order he mentioned had been a delay caused by George's own purchasing department sending the wrong specifications. We'd eaten the cost of their mistake and expedited the corrected order at no charge. Speaking of business, Patricia interjected, I just landed the Hoffman account. $3 million in consulting fees over 2 years. That's my girl. George beamed. See, this is what real business acumen looks like. Patricia understands the corporate world. Congratulations, I offered, genuinely meaning it. Patricia was good at her job, even if she did think my daily uniform of jeans and cardigans meant I spent my days watching Netflix. Thanks, Emma. How's your little thing going? What was it? Online selling? It's fine, I said mildly. My little thing had grossed $12 million last year, but who was counting? You should really think about getting back to real work once you and Tommy have kids, George advised, using the nickname he knew Thomas hated. Children need their mothers at home, but until then, you could contribute something meaningful. I'll keep that in mind. Thomas's hand tightened on mine. I could feel his tension, his desire to speak up warring with years of conditioning. George Westbrook had built his manufacturing empire on the backs of people he deemed lesser, women, minorities, anyone who didn't fit his narrow definition of business success. Fighting him directly was like boxing shadows. But there were other ways to fight. After dinner, while the men retired to George's study for brandy and Patricia helped Helen clear, I'd been banned from kitchen duty after the great dishwasher incident of 2019. I excused myself to the bathroom. Instead, I slipped into the small office Helen used for household management and pulled out my phone. 3 emails waited, all marked urgent. The first from my CFO at Pinnacle Solutions, we'd just acquired a major competitor. The second from my operations manager at Meridian, a new client wanted to place a rush order. The third from my assistant at Conway Logistics, my first and largest company. We'd been approved for the government contract I'd been chasing for 2 years. I smiled, typing quick responses. Then I opened a new email to my team at Meridian. Effective immediately, implement the following pricing changes for Westbrook Manufacturing. Packaging materials, plus 15%. Shipping supplies, plus 20%. Custom orders, plus 40%. Rush delivery fees, plus 50%. Cite current inflation rates and increased raw material costs. Ensure all communication remains professional. This is a standard market adjustment affecting select accounts. I hit send, used the bathroom for appearance's sake, and returned to find the family gathered in the living room. George was mid-story about his latest golf victory. Emma, he called out as I entered. I was just telling Tommy he should take up golf. All the best deals are made on the course, though I suppose you wouldn't understand that. I prefer tennis, I said, settling beside Thomas. Of course you do. His smile was patronizing. Country club tennis with the other wives? Sometimes. I didn't mention that my doubles partner was the CEO of one of the largest retail chains in the Midwest, or that we'd structured a multi-million-dollar distribution deal between sets last month. The next Sunday, George was in a fouler mood than usual. Inflation is killing us, he announced over Helen's perfectly cooked lamb. Meridian just raised their prices, 40% on some items. Highway robbery. That seems steep, Patricia commented. Can't you negotiate? Already tried. They claim raw material costs have skyrocketed. He stabbed his meat aggressively. This is what happens when the economy lets amateurs run wild. Housewives and diversity hires thinking they can charge whatever they want. Have you considered switching suppliers? I asked innocently. Of course I have, he snapped, but they've got us over a barrel. They're the only company that can handle our custom specifications on the timeline we need. It would take months to onboard someone new. That's unfortunate. I took a delicate bite of lamb. I suppose you'll have to pay it, or find ways to cut costs elsewhere. His eyes glinted, starting with personnel. Amazing how many people become expendable when margins tighten. Thomas's fork clattered against his plate. Dad, you can't just. Business is business, son. Something your wife wouldn't understand. George turned to me. No offense, Emma. I'm sure managing a household has its own challenges, but real business requires tough decisions. No offense taken, I assured him. You're right. I couldn't possibly understand the complexity of paying suppliers what they're worth. Helen changed the subject to Patricia's upcoming vacation, but George continued to stew. Throughout dinner, he muttered about price gouging, market manipulation, and the decline of business ethics. If only he knew. A month later, the complaints had evolved. Meridian had not only maintained their price increases but had also tightened payment terms. George's company, accustomed to paying net 60, was now required to pay net 30 with no exceptions. It's predatory, he fumed, pacing Helen's pristine living room. They know we can't switch suppliers quickly. They're taking advantage. Maybe they need the cash flow, Thomas suggested carefully. Smaller companies often. Smaller? George laughed bitterly. They're not small anymore. Bought out 2 competitors last year. Someone's bankrolling them, and I'd bet it's some liberal investment fund trying to corner the market. I hid my smile behind my wine glass. No liberal investment fund, just a housewife with a laptop and a very good understanding of supply chain management. Have you tried building a relationship with the owners? I asked. Sometimes a personal connection. Owners? George scoffed. It's all shell companies and holding groups now. Conway Logistics owns Meridian Industrial, but try finding out who owns Conway. It's like Russian nesting dolls. How frustrating. I sympathized. Conway Logistics LLC was registered in Delaware, owned by EMW Holdings, which was owned by a trust I'd set up years ago. My lawyers had done excellent work. The whole system is rigged, George continued. Real businessmen like me, who built things with our bare hands. We're being pushed out by paper pushers and diversity quotas. George, Helen said sharply, that's enough. He grumbled but subsided, returning to his chair with the air of a dethroned king. 3 months into the new pricing structure, I sat across from Thomas in our home office, the one George had never seen. The one with walls covered in business awards and framed contracts worth more than George's entire company. You have to tell him, Thomas said for the 100th time. This is getting ridiculous. Why? I asked. Reviewing Meridian's quarterly reports, revenue was up 32%, largely thanks to the Westbrook account and several other problem customers who'd received similar price adjustments. He's paying market rate for the first time in years. The previous owner gave him sweetheart deals because they were golf buddies. He's talking about layoffs. Real people could lose their jobs. I looked up from my laptop. Did you know your father pays his female employees 30% less than their male counterparts? That he's been cited twice for OSHA violations he never fixed? That he's fought every single workers' comp claim for the last decade? Thomas's shoulders sagged. I know he's not perfect. He's a dinosaur, and he's had 40 years to evolve. If he has to lay people off because he can't afford to pay fair prices to his suppliers, maybe he shouldn't be in business. That's cold. That's business. I closed my laptop. The real kind. Not the boys' club version he's been playing at. So you're going to keep letting him insult you every Sunday while you secretly control his supply chain? Yes, I smiled. It's called strategic positioning. Another thing housewives wouldn't understand. Thomas shook his head but kissed me anyway. You're terrifying sometimes. Only sometimes? That Sunday, George was almost apoplectic. One of his competitors, a woman-owned business he'd mocked for years, had just landed a major government contract. Diversity quotas, he spat. Pure and simple. Conway Logistics doesn't have half our experience, but because the owner's probably some minority woman, they get handed contracts. I nearly choked on my water. Conway Logistics, my company, the contract I'd won through 2 years of aggressive bidding, superior technology, and a track record of on-time delivery that George's company couldn't match. Maybe they had a better proposal, Patricia suggested, surprising everyone. Better? George's face turned red. We've been in business for 40 years. What could some upstart possibly offer that we can't? Innovation? I suggested mildly. New technology? Better pricing? Housewife economics? George dismissed. They'll undercut everyone, deliver garbage, and be bankrupt in 2 years. Mark my words. I marked them all right. Marked them down in my mental ledger alongside every other insult, slight, and dismissal. The government contract was worth $18 million over 5 years. It would fund my expansion into 3 new states and create over 200 jobs, good jobs, with equal pay and comprehensive benefits. After dinner, Helen pulled me aside in the kitchen. I know, she said quietly. I froze. Know what? Maybe not the specifics, but I know you're not just a housewife. Haven't been for years. She handed me a dish to dry. The way you talk about business, the questions you ask, you understand more than you let on. Helen, I don't need details, but I need to know, are you hurting him to hurt me? I met her gaze. Helen Westbrook, who'd given up her own career as a chemical engineer to raise George's children, who'd spent 40 years being told her place was in the home, who'd watched her husband dismiss and belittle women while she stood silently by. No, I said honestly, I'm charging him fair market prices. If that hurts him, it's because his business model depends on exploiting suppliers. She nodded slowly. Good, good, he's my husband. I love him, but he's also a fossil who refuses to adapt. Maybe this will teach him something. She paused. Probably not, but a woman can hope. You could have been running that company, I said quietly. Thomas told me about your degree, your patents. Different time. Helen's smile was sad, but I'm glad it's not your time anymore. We finished the dishes in companionable silence. 2 women who understood business better than George Westbrook ever would, one who'd been silenced by her generation, one who'd found power in staying silent by choice. A year later, at the annual Westbrook Manufacturing Christmas party, George stood to give his traditional toast. The crowd was smaller than usual. The promised layoffs had materialized, though he'd managed to keep the company afloat by cutting his own salary and bonuses, a move that had shocked everyone. It's been a challenging year, he admitted, raising his glass. Market forces, inflation, increased competition, but we've survived, we've adapted. I stood with Thomas near the back, wearing a simple black dress and the satisfied smile of someone whose companies had all posted record profits. We've learned that business isn't just about who you know or how long you've been around, George continued, the words seemingly painful. It's about efficiency, innovation, and, he paused, like the next word might choke him, diversity of thought. A murmur rippled through the crowd. George Westbrook, champion of the Old Boys Network, preaching diversity? To survival, he concluded, raising his glass higher, and to the future, whatever it may bring. As the crowd drank, Patricia appeared at my elbow. Did you hear? Dad's bringing in a consulting firm to modernize operations, some hotshot company that specializes in supply chain optimization. Oh? I sipped my champagne. Which firm? Phoenix Consulting, woman-owned. Apparently, Dad specifically requested them. She shook her head in amazement. I never thought I'd see the day. I hid my smile. Phoenix Consulting was my newest acquisition, purchased just last month. I hadn't planned on working with Westbrook Manufacturing, but if George was finally ready to enter the 21st century, who was I to deny him the opportunity? Things change, I said simply. Speaking of change, Patricia lowered her voice. I've been meaning to ask you something. I'm thinking of starting my own firm, and I could use advice on structure, funding, that sort of thing. I know you do some online selling, but you seem to understand business pretty well for, she caught herself. For a housewife? She had the grace to blush. I was going to say for someone without formal training. I'd be happy to help, I said, genuinely meaning it. Patricia was brilliant. She just needed to unlearn some of her father's lessons. Why don't you come by for coffee next week? I'll show you my home office. Her eyes lit up. Really? That would be amazing. Thomas appeared, sliding an arm around my waist. Ready to go? We have that early meeting tomorrow. What meeting? Patricia asked. Just some investment stuff. Thomas said vaguely. We were meeting with the board of my newest acquisition, but that was need-to-know information. As we made our goodbyes, George approached. He looked older, grayer, humbled by the year's challenges. Emma, he said stiffly, thank you for coming. Of course, we're family. He cleared his throat. I've been thinking about what you said months ago, about suppliers deserving fair prices. You might have had a point. Oh? Business is changing, has changed. Maybe some of my views are outdated. It was the closest to an apology I'd ever get. I accepted it graciously. Change is hard, but it's necessary. Yes, well, he shifted uncomfortably. Thomas is lucky to have someone who understands that. Someone like a housewife? I couldn't resist. His face flushed. I may have been harsh in some of my generalizations. May have been? I was wrong. The word seemed to physically pain him. Helen pointed out that I'd been dismissing half the population's potential contributions. That's not just morally questionable, it's bad business. Helen's a smart woman, smarter than I've given her credit for. He paused. Smarter than I've given a lot of women credit for. It wasn't a complete transformation. George Westbrook would probably never fully embrace the modern business world, but he was trying, and that was more than I'd expected when I'd raised those prices 40% a year ago. For what it's worth, I said quietly, your company makes quality products. With the right changes, you could be thriving instead of just surviving. Any suggestions? The question seemed to surprise him as much as it did me. Hire more women, pay them equally, listen to their ideas, and maybe consider that your next supplier might be someone who doesn't look like you or think like you. He nodded slowly. I'll consider it. As Thomas and I drove home, he reached over to take my hand. You're going to help him, aren't you? Through Phoenix, maybe. If he's really ready to change, even after everything. I thought about Helen, quietly supporting my shadow campaign, about Patricia, ready to break free from her father's limitations, about the workers at Westbrook Manufacturing who deserved better than a dinosaur's death throes. Especially after everything, I decided, but this time, he's going to know exactly who he's dealing with. No more hiding behind shell companies. You're going to tell him? Eventually, when Phoenix Consulting has transformed his company. When he can't deny that a housewife saved his business. I smiled. It's called strategic timing. It's called revenge. That too. We pulled into our driveway, our modest suburban home that gave no hint of the business empire run from its spare bedroom. Tomorrow, I'd review proposals for 2 more acquisitions. Next week, I'd meet with senators about infrastructure legislation. Next month, I'd keynote a women's business conference. But this Sunday, I'd sit at George Westbrook's table again, listening to him slowly. Painfully learned that business acumen doesn't come with a Y chromosome, that housewives can understand business just fine. They can even run circles around dinosaurs who never see them coming. You know what the best part is? I said as we walked to our door. What? He still doesn't know. About Conway, about Meridian, about any of it. He's getting business advice from Phoenix Consulting, never knowing the same person owns his entire supply chain. Thomas laughed. How long are you going to keep that secret? Until he says. In front of his entire family, that housewives make excellent business leaders. That could take years. I'm patient. I unlocked our door, stepping into the home that housed an empire. After all, I'm just a housewife. I've got nothing but time.
The moment I realized my husband was stealing from my family's company, I was standing in our master bathroom, holding his phone. A notification had popped up. An email from someone named Autumn about redistributing company assets. My stomach dropped as I read those words, knowing they'd change everything. I'm Georgia, and 6 months ago, I had it all. Lead architect at Murphy & Associates, the firm my brothers and I built from scratch. Married to what I thought was the perfect man, and living in a gorgeous Denver penthouse with views of the Rockies. Now, I'm living in my best friend Sarah's guest room, cut off from the company I helped create, and watching my soon-to-be ex-husband systematically dismantle everything I've worked for. Georgia, you're being paranoid, Matthew had said when I confronted him that night, snatching his phone back. It's just standard business restructuring. You architects should stick to your blueprints and leave the financial planning to those who understand it. The condescension in his voice made my blood boil. Those who understand it? I helped build this company while you were still chasing ambulances at your father's law firm. And now you're letting emotion cloud your judgment. He loosened his tie, that familiar smirk playing across his face. Maybe that's why your brothers agreed it was time for changes in management. My brothers, Caleb and Kason. The betrayal still feels fresh, like a knife twisting in my gut. They'd voted with Matthew to remove me from the board, citing concerns about my decision-making. 3 years ago, I'd introduced Matthew to them as our new legal counsel. Now he was orchestrating my exit. "You're making a mistake," I'd told Caleb in his office the day of the vote. The Denver skyline stretched behind him, a view we'd earned together. "Can't you see what he's doing?" Caleb wouldn't meet my eyes. "The firm needs to evolve, Georgia. Matthew has connections we need. His vision for expansion." "His vision? What about our vision? The one we built this company on?" "You're too close to this," Kason chimed in from the corner. "My younger brother, always playing peacekeeper. Take some time off. Clear your head." I slammed my hand on Caleb's desk. "Clear my head? While my husband dismantles everything we've built? Your husband is saving this company." Caleb finally looked at me, his voice hard. "Maybe if you weren't so focused on your pet projects, you'd see that." Those pet projects were sustainable housing developments, community centers, schools, projects that meant something, not the soulless corporate towers Matthew was pushing for. Sarah's voice pulls me back to the present. "Earth to Georgia? Your coffee's getting cold." I'm sitting in her kitchen now, staring at my laptop screen. Another email from the firm announcing Matthew's promotion to Chief Operating Officer. My hands shake as I close the browser. "I can't believe they're falling for it," I say, pushing the coffee away. "There's something wrong with these numbers, Sarah. The new projects, the sudden influx of capital, it doesn't add up." Sarah leans forward, her investigative journalist instincts kicking in. "Then prove it. You know the business better than anyone. If Matthew's hiding something..." "He is." I pull out my phone, showing her the photos I'd taken of documents from Matthew's home office before I left. "Look at these transfers, the timing, the amounts. It's too perfect." "You need help," Sarah says, studying the numbers. "Professional help. I might know someone." "A forensic investigator?" I ask, hope flickering for the first time in months. Sarah nods, already typing on her phone. "Her name's Serenity. She specializes in corporate fraud. If there's something to find..." "There is." I stand up, energy coursing through me. "And when I prove it, they'll see. All of them, Matthew, my brothers, everyone who thought they could push me aside." "Georgia," Sarah's voice is gentle but firm, "are you sure you want to go down this road? This isn't just about Matthew anymore. Your brothers made their choice." I look out her window at the mountains I used to admire from my own home. Now it's time to make mine. My phone buzzes, an invitation to the annual Industrial Development Gala next month, Matthew's pet event, where he parades around potential investors. This year, he'll be the star of the show, presenting his vision for the company's future. Little does he know, I have plans of my own. He meets her every Tuesday at 2 p.m., Serenity says, sliding photos across the coffee shop table. Always the same place, that little bistro on 17th Street. I study the images of Matthew sitting with a younger woman, their heads bent close over laptops and documents. Her name is Autumn, I learn, the same one from the email that started all this. "She's not just a business partner," Serenity continues, her voice low despite the bustling cafe around us. "She's got access to offshore accounts that match the timing of several large transfers from Murphy and Associates." "Show me," I demand, pushing my untouched latte aside. Serenity pulls out her tablet, displaying a series of transactions. "See these withdrawals? They're structured to stay just under reporting requirements, classic embezzlement pattern." My hands clench under the table. "Can you prove where the money went?" "Working on it. But here's something interesting. Your brother Caleb's signature is on some of these documents, but the handwriting analysis suggests it's forged, I finish, recognizing the slight tilt in the K that Caleb never uses. Matthew has been forging my brother's signatures. Bingo! Serenity smiles grimly. And there's more. Your other brother, Kason? His personal accounts show unusual deposits, but I don't think he knows about them. My phone buzzes, a text from Sarah. Saw Matthew at the courthouse, looking smug. What's happening? I'm about to reply when I spot a familiar face entering the cafe. I quickly slide the photos under my notebook. Lloyd? Lloyd Mills, our family's longtime friend and business associate, approaches with a warm smile. Georgia, what a pleasant surprise. Join us, I offer, noting how his eyes linger on the partially hidden documents. This is Serenity, financial consultant. Lloyd settles into an empty chair. Financial consultant? Interesting career choice for someone with your background, Serenity. I find numbers tell better stories than people, Serenity replies smoothly, but I catch the warning glance she shoots me. Speaking of stories, Lloyd leans forward. I heard some interesting rumors about new development projects at Murphy and Associates. Massive ones. Your husband seems quite ambitious. Ex-husband, I correct sharply. And yes, he's always had big ambitions, sometimes bigger than his abilities. Lloyd's expression turns serious. Georgia, if you ever need support, the board still respects your father's legacy, and mine. Before I can respond, my phone buzzes again. This time it's Caleb. Need to talk. Important. Dinner tonight? Sorry. I stand abruptly. I have to go. Lloyd, thank you. Serenity, we'll continue this later. Outside, I call Sarah. I need you to do some digging on Lloyd Mills. Something feels off. Already on it, Sarah replies. And guess what? Autumn Scott just posted about a game-changing announcement at the upcoming gala, tagged Matthew in it. I flagged down a taxi. Send me everything you can find on her. I'm meeting Caleb for dinner. Be careful, Sarah warns. Remember what happened last time. The restaurant Caleb chose is quiet, upscale, the kind of place we used to celebrate company milestones. He's already there, nursing a scotch. You look tired, he says as I sit down. Running your own firm will do that. The lie comes easily. I haven't designed anything in months, but he doesn't need to know that. Georgia, he hesitates. I think I made a mistake. These new projects Matthew's pushing through, something doesn't feel right. Now you notice? I can't keep the bitterness from my voice. What changed? Documents keep appearing with my signature, but I never signed them. And Kason mentioned some unusual account activity. Stop. I hold up my hand. Are you telling me this as my brother or as someone looking to cover their tracks? Caleb's face falls. You really think I don't know what to think anymore. You chose him over me, remember? It wasn't like that. Then what was it like? I lean forward, watching him squirm. Because from where I'm sitting, you handed our family's company to a con man. His phone chimes, probably Matthew, wondering why he's meeting me. Caleb glances at it but doesn't answer. The gala's next month, I say, standing. Maybe you should pay close attention to your star COO's presentation. Might be enlightening. As I walk out, I text Serenity. Keep digging. Focus on Autumn Scott and find out everything you can about Lloyd Mills. Her response is immediate. Already found something. Meet tomorrow. You won't believe what's in these accounts. I smile, feeling the pieces starting to fall into place. Matthew thinks he's so clever, playing everyone against each other. But he forgot one thing. I helped build this company. I know where all the bodies are buried, and I'm about to start digging them up. Holy shit, Sarah whispers, spreading the documents across her dining room table. This is worse than we thought. Serenity nods grimly. $15 million. siphoned through shell companies over the past year, all tied to projects that don't actually exist. I pick up a particularly damning paper, architectural plans for a sustainable housing project in Boulder. My project. The one Matthew killed claiming it wasn't financially viable. Look at the dates, Serenity points. The day after they voted you out, large sums started moving through these accounts. But here's the kicker. They're using your original project proposals as fronts. That's why Caleb's signatures are forged. Sarah realizes he'd never approve these transfers if he knew what they were really for. My hands shake as I dial Kaysen's number. He answers on the first ring. Georgia, everything okay? Check your personal account, I say without preamble. The one you opened when Dad died. What? Why would I? Just do it, now. I hear keyboard clicking, then a sharp intake of breath. That's not possible. These deposits, Matthew's been using your account to launder money, I tell him. You and Caleb both. He's setting you up to take the fall if anyone investigates. Silence on the line. Then, I'll call you back. Your brothers aren't the only ones being played, Serenity adds once I hang up. Remember Lloyd Mills? He's been quietly buying up company shares through proxy accounts. If these projects fail, he could take control during the chaos. I finish. And Autumn? Former SEC investigator turned private consultant. She specializes in making problems disappear. Sarah lets out a low whistle. Matthew really thought this through. Not well enough? I pull out my laptop, opening the gala invitation. He's planning to announce a massive expansion at the gala. New projects, new investors, all funded with stolen money, Serenity concludes. If this gets out, my phone buzzes. Caleb this time. Georgia, we need to meet, all of us, now. 20 minutes later, I'm walking into our old conference room. Caleb and Kaysen are already there, looking shell-shocked. Through the glass walls, I can see Matthew in his office, laughing on the phone. Tell me you're wrong, Caleb pleads as soon as I sit down. Tell me this is just some mistake. I slide Serenity's files across the table. Look familiar? They should. They're your signatures. Well, forgeries of them. Kaysen flips through the pages, his face growing paler. The Boulder Project, the Community Center, these were all your designs. Which made perfect covers, I explain. Who would question projects that were already vetted? He just needed you two to push me out first. Georgia, Caleb's voice breaks. I never meant, we thought, save it. I stand up, watching Matthew through the glass. He catches my eye and waves, that smug smile still in place. The question is, what are you going to do about it? We have to stop him, Kaysen says immediately. Call the police. And implicate yourselves? I shake my head. Your signatures are all over this, real or not. And those deposits in your accounts? Good luck explaining those. Then what? Caleb demands. We just let him get away with it? I smile, thinking of the flash drive in my purse. The gala's in 3 weeks. Matthew's planning quite a show, presenting his vision for the company's future. Maybe we should let him. What are you planning? Kaysen asks, worry creasing his brow. The less you know, the better. Just make sure you're there, and whatever happens, follow my lead. As I turn to leave, Caleb grabs my arm. Georgia, wait. I'm sorry. We both are. We should have trusted you. I look at my brothers. Really look at them. Behind the expensive suits and corporate success, I see the boys who helped me build cardboard cities in our backyard, who dreamed with me about creating something meaningful. Trust is earned, I tell them. So is forgiveness. See you at the gala. Outside, I text Serenity. They're in. Start phase 2. Her response comes quickly. Already on it. Meeting Autumn tomorrow. She has no idea who I really am. Sarah calls as I'm getting into my car. Lloyd Mills just scheduled a meeting with Matthew for next week. Want me to try getting access? No need, I reply, watching Matthew through his office window. He's still on the phone, probably plotting his grand reveal. Let him think he's winning. The bigger his announcement, the harder he'll fall. Georgia. Sarah's voice turned serious. Are you sure about this? Once you start? He took everything from me, I remind her. My company, my marriage, my brother's trust. Now I'm taking it all back. And as I drive away from the building with my family name on it, I smile, because Matthew has no idea what's coming. But he will. Oh, he will. He's moving the timeline up, Serenity announces, bursting into Sarah's kitchen. Matthew just called an emergency board meeting for tomorrow morning. I nearly dropped my coffee. What? The gala's still 2 weeks away. Autumn let it slip during our lunch. She thinks they're announcing the expansion plans early. Serenity pulls out her phone, showing me a calendar invite. Look who's on the guest list. Lloyd Mills, I read, my stomach tightening, and 3 other major developers I don't recognize. Sarah leans over my shoulder. Those are the same developers who've been buying up property around your proposed project sites. My phone rings. Caleb. Georgia, are you seeing this? The board meeting. I know, I cut him off. What's he telling people? Some bullshit about seizing market opportunities. Georgia, he's got Lloyd Mills bringing in heavy hitters. Once they sign, they won't, I assure him, though my heart's racing. Not after what they learn at that meeting. What are you going to do? Just make sure you record everything, every word, every presentation. Understand? He pauses. You're not coming? Trust me, brother. For once, just trust me. After hanging up, I turn to Serenity. Tell me you have it. She pulls out a USB drive. Everything. Bank transfers, forged documents, the shell companies. Even found recordings of Matthew coaching Autumn on how to backdate transactions. Send copies to my brothers, now. I grab my keys. Sarah, I need you to call that contact at the Financial Times. Already did, Sarah grins. She's very interested in the story, just waiting for the right moment. I check my watch. Matthew's having dinner with Autumn tonight at Barolo's. Time to say hello to my replacement. An hour later, I'm sitting at the restaurant bar, watching Matthew and Autumn through the mirror behind the bottles. They're huddled close, reviewing documents on her tablet. White wine, please, a voice says beside me. I turn to find Autumn standing there, not yet noticing who I am. Make that 2, I add, making her head snap up. Hello, Autumn. I'm Georgia. Her face pales slightly. I know who you are. Do you? I smile, accepting the wine from the bartender. Because I know exactly who you are. Former SEC investigator, specializing in corporate fraud. Ironic, isn't it? I should get back to Matthew? Go ahead. But first, you might want to check your email, particularly the attachments showing how he's setting you up to take the fall. She freezes. What are you talking about? Those backdated transactions you've been processing, the ones he assured you were legitimate? Check whose digital signature is on them. Spoiler alert, it's yours. I slide a business card across the bar. When you're ready to talk, call that number. Ask for Serenity. She's very good at helping people avoid federal prison. Walking back to my car, I call Caleb. How's the board meeting prep going? Matthew's been in his office for hours. Georgia? He looks worried, really worried. Good, because tomorrow's just the beginning. I start my car. Oh, and Caleb? Watch Autumn during the meeting. She might have something interesting to say. My phone pings with a text from Sarah. Financial Times reporter confirmed. She'll be at the board meeting tomorrow. Anonymous tip about major corporate fraud. Another text follows, this one from Serenity. Autumn called. She's terrified. Wants to meet tonight. I smile, typing back. Tell her to bring everything she has. And I mean everything. The next morning, I'm parked across from Murphy and Associates, watching people file into the building. Matthew arrives early, looking uncharacteristically disheveled. Lloyd Mills follows shortly after, then the other developers. My phone buzzes. Kason. Autumn just showed up. She's asking to speak before Matthew's presentation. Perfect, I reply. Remember, record everything. 10 minutes later, my phone explodes with messages. Caleb. Holy shit, Autumn just confessed everything. Sarah. Reporter is getting it all. This is going to be front page. Serenity. Lloyd Mills just walked out, taking the other developers with him. Finally, a text from an unknown number. Autumn. It's done. I told them everything. I'm so sorry. I start my car, heading not to the office, but to the police station. Because while everyone's focused on the chaos at the board meeting, Detective Rivera is waiting for me with a warrant for Matthew's arrest. Ready? She asks as I walk in. I hand her the final piece of evidence, recordings of Matthew admitting to the fraud, captured during our last fight before I moved out, the one where he was too angry to notice my phone recording. Ready, I confirm. And detective, make sure the arrest happens at his office, in front of everyone. As I walk out, I text my brothers one last time. Watch the show, and welcome back to the family business. Because sometimes, the best revenge isn't just exposing the truth, it's making sure everyone watches it explode. The video of Matthew's arrest has gone viral in Denver's business circles. Sarah shows me the clip for the 10th time. Matthew being led out in handcuffs, his perfect hair disheveled, that smug smile finally wiped off his face. The comments are brutal, Sarah says, scrolling through her phone. Every major developer in Colorado is distancing themselves from him. Not every developer, I correct her, showing her a text from Lloyd Mills. We need to talk, privately. You're not actually meeting him, are you? At the Millennium Hotel in an hour. I check my appearance in Sarah's hallway mirror. Serenity's already there, watching his every move. Georgia, Sarah grabs my arm. Be careful, Lloyd's been playing both sides from the beginning. That's exactly why I'm meeting him. The Millennium's lobby is all marble and mirrors, perfect for spotting Serenity pretending to read a newspaper in the corner. Lloyd rises from a leather armchair as I approach. Georgia, he extends his hand. You're looking well. Skip the pleasantries, Lloyd. Why am I here? He gestures to a quiet corner. I knew, about Matthew's schemes. Not everything, but enough. And you did nothing. I was waiting. He leans forward, waiting to see what you would do if you had what it takes to run this company. I laugh coldly. Run the company? I built that company, while you were circling like a vulture, waiting to swoop in. Smart girl. He smiles, but it doesn't reach his eyes. But here's what you don't know. Those developers Matthew was courting, they're still interested, very interested. Just not in him. In you, you mean. In us. He slides a folder across the table. I'm proposing a partnership. Your vision, my connections. We could rebuild Murphy and Associates into something extraordinary. I open the folder. Development proposals, funding commitments, everything we'd need to expand nationally. It's tempting, almost too tempting. And my brothers? Would retain their positions, of course, under our leadership. My phone buzzes. A text from Serenity. Got it all on video, your call. I close the folder. That's very generous, Lloyd, but I have a counter proposal. Pulling out my own folder, I watch his face as he reads. His expression shifts from confusion to shock to something close to fear. These are copies of emails, I explain calmly. Between you and Matthew, planning how to take over the company after he drove it into the ground. Fascinating reading. Where did you... Autumn was very thorough in her record keeping. Insurance, she called it. I stand up. The police already have copies, as does the SEC. Lloyd's face hardens. You're making a mistake. No, you made the mistake. thinking you could play both sides. I gather my things. The developers will get a full briefing on your involvement tomorrow. I suggest you call your lawyer. As I walk away, he calls after me. You need me, Georgia. You need my connections. No, Lloyd, I need honest partners, and I already have them. Outside, Serenity falls into step beside me. That was beautiful. Want to see his face when you mentioned the SEC? Send it to Sarah. She'll want it for her article. My phone rings. Caleb. The board just finished emergency session. It's unanimous. They want you back. As what? Designer? Project manager? CEO. He pauses. All of us agreed. It's time to rebuild. Properly this time. I stop walking, letting that sink in. And you and Kaysen? We'll be right beside you, where we should have been all along. His voice softens. Come home, Georgia. Back at Sarah's, I find her typing furiously on her laptop. Almost done, she announces. The exposé goes live tomorrow morning. Family betrayal and corporate fraud. The Murphy and Associates story. Hold the story, I tell her. I have a better idea. What? The gala's still happening next week. Matthew's presentation slot is now empty. I smile. I think it's time for a different kind of announcement. Sarah's eyes light up. The prodigal daughter returns? Better. I show her the preliminary designs I've been working on in secret. We're going back to our roots. Sustainable housing, community projects, everything Matthew tried to destroy. With Lloyd's developers out, we'll find new partners, honest ones. I pull up my email, starting with the ones who've been flooding my inbox since Matthew's arrest. My phone chimes with a group text from my brothers. Conference room tomorrow morning? Like old times? I reply, bring coffee. We have a company to rebuild. Sarah closes her laptop. You know this isn't over, right? There will be fallout. Good. I look at the Murphy and Associates building through her window. Because this time, we're doing it right, as a family. And for the first time in months, I feel like I'm finally coming home. The gala venue sparkles with champagne glasses and forced smiles. Everyone's trying to pretend they weren't involved with Matthew's schemes, but I can see the nervous glances, the whispered conversations. Deep breath, Sarah whispers, adjusting my blazer. You've got this. I scan the room. Caleb and Kaysen are working the crowd, smooth-talking potential investors. Serenity's positioned near the AV booth, ensuring everything's ready. And there, by the bar, stands Autumn, looking lost without Matthew by her side. Ms. Murphy? A young server approaches. There's a call for you at the front desk. They say it's urgent. I know who it is before I pick up the phone. Enjoying my party? Matthew's voice drips with bitterness. I spent months planning it. From what I hear, you're planning lots of things in detention. How's the food? You think you're so clever, don't you? But you have no idea what's coming. My blood runs cold, but I keep my voice steady. Goodbye, Matthew. Enjoy the jumpsuit. Back in the ballroom, Caleb rushes over. Lloyd Mills just arrived, with lawyers. Right on schedule. I check my phone, a text from Serenity. Everything's set, give the signal when ready. The lights dim, and the MC takes the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back to Murphy and Associates, Georgia Murphy. Applause, some genuine, some hesitant. I take the stage, feeling hundreds of eyes on me. Thank you all for coming tonight. I pause, letting the silence build. I know many of you expected a different speaker, a different vision for our company's future. Movement at the back catches my eye. Lloyd Mills and his legal team trying to get to the AV booth. Serenity blocks their path, phone raised, recording everything. But sometimes the future isn't about new visions, I continue. Sometimes it's about remembering who you really are. I click the remote. Behind me, images appear. Our first projects, the sustainable housing developments, the community centers we built. Murphy and Associates was founded on a simple principle: building communities, not just buildings. My brothers and I. This presentation is unauthorized. Lloyd's voice booms from the back. As a major shareholder, former shareholder, I correct him, clicking again. The screen changes to show transaction records. As of this morning, your shares have been purchased by our new investment partner. The crowd murmurs as a woman stands up from the front row. That would be me, she announces. Sarah Rodriguez, Green Future Development. We believe in Georgia's vision. Lloyd's face turns purple. You can't. Actually, we can. Caleb steps forward. Board approved it this morning, unanimously. And speaking of approval, I click again, revealing more documents. Mr. Mills, the SEC would like to discuss some interesting emails they've received. I believe they're waiting outside. Right on cue, 2 federal agents appear at Lloyd's elbows. The crowd parts as they escort him out, his lawyers scrambling behind. Now, I turn back to the screen. Let me show you our real future. The next hour flies by as I present our new initiatives: affordable housing projects, sustainable design innovations, community-focused developments. With each slide, I see heads nodding, interest growing. We're not just rebuilding buildings, I conclude. We're rebuilding trust in our company, in our vision, and in each other. The applause is thunderous this time. Investors crowd forward, cards in hand. Sarah Rodriguez beams from the front row. Quite a show. Autumn appears beside me as the crowd disperses. For what it's worth. I'm sorry, for everything. Prove it. I hand her a card. The DA's office is looking for witnesses. Make it right. Later, as the cleaning crew begins clearing glasses, my brothers find me on the venue's balcony. That was something else, Kaysen says, handing me a champagne flute. Dad would be proud, Caleb adds quietly. Of all of us, I correct him. We're family. We mess up. We fix it. We move forward. My phone buzzes. A text from Serenity. Lloyd Mills in custody. SEC found more than we expected. You might want to see this. Ready to get back to work? I ask my brothers, showing them the message. They exchange glances. Then Caleb raises his glass. To Murphy and Associates, the real one. To family, Kaysen adds. I clink my glass against theirs, watching the city lights sparkle below. Tomorrow we'll deal with whatever Lloyd's secrets reveal. Tomorrow we'll start rebuilding for real. But tonight, standing here with my brothers, I already feel like we've won. Because sometimes the best revenge isn't about destroying your enemies. It's about proving them wrong by building something better. It goes deeper than we thought, Serenity says, spreading documents across my new office desk. Lloyd wasn't just working with Matthew. He was running similar schemes at 3 other firms. I leaf through the evidence. More shell companies, more forged documents, more stolen millions. Have you shown this to the SEC? They're building a case now, but that's not the biggest revelation. She pulls out a final folder. Look who signed off on Lloyd's first fraudulent deal. 10 years ago. The signature makes my heart stop. Dad, your father discovered Lloyd's scheme just before he died. Serenity explains gently. These emails suggest he was planning to expose everything. My office door opens. Caleb and Kaysen, faces grim. You saw it? Caleb asks. Dad knew, I whisper. He was trying to stop it. And Lloyd's been covering it up ever since, Kaysen adds, using Dad's death to hide his tracks. My phone rings. Sarah. Georgia, turn on the news. Now. I grab the remote, flicking on the office TV. Lloyd's face fills the screen, standing outside the courthouse in handcuffs. The headline scrolls. Developer Lloyd Mills linked to decade-long fraud scheme. Multiple firms affected. That's not all. Sarah's voice is urgent. Matthew's asking for a deal. He wants to testify against Lloyd. A text pops up from an unknown number. I recognize the detention center's area code. We need to talk. Now. 20 minutes later, I'm sitting across from Matthew in a sterile visitation room. His orange jumpsuit clashes with his still perfect hair. "You look good," he says. "CEO suits you." "What do you want, Matthew?" "To make things right." He leans forward. "Lloyd approached me 3 years ago, said he knew about some irregularities in the company's past, your father's dealings." "Don't you dare talk about my father. He was trying to protect you." Matthew's voice rises. "All of you. Lloyd threatened to expose everything unless your father played along. When he refused, the heart attack, I realize, the stress. Lloyd saw me as an opportunity. Young, ambitious lawyer marrying into the Murphy family. Perfect puppet." He laughs bitterly. "I thought I was so clever playing his game. Didn't realize I was just another mark. Why tell me this now?" "Because Lloyd has more friends, powerful friends, the kind who can make evidence disappear." He slides a paper across the table. "This is everything I know. Names, dates, accounts. Use it." Back at the office, I find Sarah Rodriguez waiting with my brothers. "The Green Future Board is concerned," she begins. "They should be," I interrupt, handing her Matthew's document. "But not about us. Check your partner list against these names." Her eyes widen as she reads. "3 of our major investors. They're all connected to Lloyd." "We need to move fast," Caleb says, "before they can hide the money." My phone buzzes. Autumn. "Lloyd's lawyers are making moves. Big ones. Meeting at the courthouse in 30 minutes. Not if we move faster." I pull up my email. Sarah's article is ready. Serenity has the SEC evidence, and Matthew's testimony will destroy everyone involved, Kaysen finishes, including some very powerful people. Good. I hit send on Sarah's article. Let them burn. The next few hours are chaos. Sarah's story explodes across financial news. The SEC announces a broader investigation. Lloyd's powerful friends scramble to distance themselves. "Georgia," Caleb calls from his office. "Dad's old files. I found something." In a dusty box, we discover a letter. Dad's handwriting dated just before he died. "My dear children," I read aloud, my voice shaking. "If you're reading this, I couldn't protect you from what's coming, but I know you'll protect each other. The truth about Lloyd Mills." The letter details everything. The fraud, the threats, Dad's plan to expose it all, his last attempt to save the company he built. "He didn't fail," Kaysen says quietly. "He gave us the strength to finish what he started." My phone lights up with messages. "Serenity, Lloyd's lawyers backing down. They know we have everything." Sarah, "Story's gone national. No hiding now." Autumn, "Testifying tomorrow. Telling everything." And finally from Matthew, "It's done. They can't hurt your family anymore. I'm sorry I ever tried." I look at my brothers, at the letter in my hands, at the company our father built and we saved. "Now what?" Kaysen asks. "Now," I smile, "we build something worthy of Dad's legacy, together." Because sometimes the greatest victory isn't just exposing the truth, it's honoring those who fought for it first. The jury has reached a verdict. The courtroom falls silent as Lloyd stands, his expensive suit unable to hide his nervous trembling. I squeeze Caleb's hand on my left, Kaysen's on my right. In the matter of securities fraud and conspiracy, we find the defendant guilty on all counts. The gallery erupts in whispers. Sarah Rodriguez, sitting behind us, lets out a quiet, "Yes." Autumn, who testified for 3 days straight, wipes away tears. Lloyd turns to glare at me as they lead him away. I meet his gaze steadily, thinking of Dad's letter in my pocket. Outside the courthouse, reporters swarm. "Ms. Murphy, what does this mean for the company?" "It means we can finally focus on building rather than fighting," I tell them. starting with the Boulder Sustainable Housing Project. Ground breaks next week. Back at the office, Sarah's waiting with champagne. "Look what just came in," she says, handing me a tablet. It's an email from the American Institute of Architects. Our community center design won Project of the Year. Dad's design, I correct her. The one Lloyd tried to bury. We just brought it to life. Speaking of life, Caleb enters, grinning. "Wait till you see who's here." I follow him to the conference room. Through the glass, I see Matthew sitting with his lawyer. He's in a suit now, not prison orange. "Part of his plea deal," Kaysen explains. 3 years probation, full cooperation, and he returns everything he took. I take a deep breath and enter. Matthew stands, looking smaller somehow, more human. "The DA says your testimony was crucial," I say. "Lloyd's going away for a long time. It was the least I could do." He places a thick envelope on the table. "These are my shares in the company, signed over to you, all of them." "Keep them," I surprise myself saying, "but use them better this time." His eyes widen. "What do you mean?" "The homeless shelter project needs a legal team, pro bono work. Think you can handle that?" A small smile, genuine this time. "Thank you, Georgia." "Don't thank me yet. Caleb and Kaysen will be watching every move you make." After he leaves, Serenity arrives with more news. Lloyd's other victims are filing civil suits. They want Murphy and Associates to consult on the recovery process. Of course they do. Sarah laughs. Who better to help rebuild than the family who exposed everything? My phone buzzes. A text from Sarah Rodriguez. "Board approved full funding for next 5 projects. When can you start?" I look around at our father's company, at my company. The walls we once fought over now hold new designs, new dreams, better ones. "Georgia," Caleb calls. "The Boulder team is ready for the final review." In the main conference room, our architects and engineers are gathered. Young, eager faces mixed with veteran builders, all here because they believe in what we're creating. "Show me," I say, and they launch into their presentation. Sustainable materials, solar integration, community spaces, everything Dad believed in. Kason leans over. "Remember when we used to build cities out of cardboard? Now we're building them for real," I smile, "and better than we imagined." The presentation ends with a video walkthrough. As the 3D rendering shows families enjoying the spaces we've designed, I feel Dad's letter crinkle in my pocket. "This is it," I tell the team. "This is what Murphy and Associates was always meant to be." Later, as sunset paints the Denver skyline gold, I find my brothers in Dad's old office, my office now. "Found something else in the archives," Kaysen says, holding up blueprints. Dad's original design for his dream project, the one he never got to build. I unroll the papers, recognizing Dad's handwriting in the margins, notes about community impact, sustainability, leaving things better than we found them. "What do you say?" Caleb asks. "Ready for one more project?" I look at the blueprints, then at my brothers, then at the city beyond our windows. The city Dad loved, the city we're helping rebuild, one project at a time. "Together," I say, and they nod. Because that's what family does. We build things. We fix what's broken. We make things right. And sometimes, if we're lucky, we create something even better than what was lost. "Let's build Dad's dream," I say, spreading the blueprints across my desk. "Let's build it right." Because in the end, that's the best revenge of all. Not just surviving betrayal, but thriving beyond it. Creating legacy from loss, building future from pain. Together, as family, as Murphy and Associates. The way it always should have been.
The text message glared at me from my phone screen, undeniable proof of what I'd suspected for weeks. "Can't wait to see you tonight, baby. Your wife will never know." My hands trembled as I read it again, my brother-in-law Joshua's reply making me equally sick. Neither will my nosy sister-in-law. I'm Brianna, and in that moment, I knew exposing the truth would cost me everything. My sister Kinley had always been my best friend, my protector, my constant. Now I had to shatter her world. The weight of that responsibility felt like concrete in my chest as I drove to her house, the screenshots burning a hole in my pocket. I found her in the kitchen, humming while loading the dishwasher. "Hey, sis," she called out cheerfully. "You're just in time for coffee." "Kinley, we need to talk." My voice cracked. "It's about Joshua." She turned, her smile fading as she saw my expression. "What's wrong?" I pulled out my phone, hands shaking. "I saw something today. Messages between Joshua and someone else." "What are you talking about?" Her voice turned sharp, defensive. I showed her the screenshots. She snatched my phone, her face draining of color as she scrolled. Then, suddenly, she hurled it across the room. "You're lying! You photoshopped these!" "Kinley, please." "Get out!" She advanced on me, tears streaming down her face. "You've always been jealous of my marriage, haven't you? Always trying to find fault with Joshua." "That's not true." I reached for her, but she recoiled. "I'm trying to protect you." "Protect me?" She laughed bitterly. "You're trying to destroy my family. Get out of my house." "Kinley, listen." "Out." I backed away, my own tears falling now. "I love you. When you're ready to talk." "Don't bother coming to Mom and Dad's tonight," she spat. "I'll tell them what you tried to do." She was true to her word. That evening, my phone exploded with messages. First came Mom. "How could you make up such horrible lies about Joshua, your own sister's husband?" Then Dad. "You've gone too far this time, Brianna. Until you apologize to your sister and Joshua, don't bother coming around." Even my cousin Zaylee, who usually stayed out of family drama, texted, "Everyone's furious. What happened?" I sat in my apartment, watching my family fracture in real time through my phone screen. Only my friend Evangeline offered support when I called her, sobbing. "You did the right thing," she insisted. "They'll see the truth eventually." But eventually felt like cold comfort when Joshua showed up at my door the next morning, his face twisted with rage. "You happy now?" he snarled. "Trying to destroy my marriage?" I stood my ground. "You destroyed it yourself." "Nobody will believe you," he sneered. "You're just the jealous little sister who can't stand to see anyone else happy." "I've already convinced Kinley you doctored those messages." "Get out," I said, my voice steady despite my racing heart. He leaned closer, his voice dropping to a whisper. "You know what's funny? I actually did think about you first, but you were always too uptight, too proper. Your sister was much more fun." I slammed the door in his face, sliding down against it as his laughter echoed through the hallway. That night, I lay in bed scrolling through old photos of Kinley and me. Us as kids, matching gap-toothed grins, teenagers sharing prom preparation disasters, her wedding day, where I'd stood beside her as maid of honor, genuinely happy for her joy. My phone buzzed with a text from Kinley. "I never want to see you again. You're dead to me." I turned off my phone, curled into a ball, and let myself cry. I'd done the right thing. I knew that. But right now, it felt like I'd lost everything. Tomorrow, I'd have to figure out how to rebuild my life from the ashes of my family's trust. But tonight, I allowed myself to mourn what I'd lost by telling the truth. My sister's love, my parents' support, my place in the family. The worst part? I knew this was just the beginning. Joshua would make sure I paid dearly for exposing his secret, and my family would help him do it. As I drifted into an uneasy sleep, one thought kept circling. Sometimes doing the right thing comes at a terrible price, but I'd rather pay that price than live with the weight of silence. "You can't live on my couch forever," Evangeline said, tossing a pillow at my head. 2 weeks had passed since my family's implosion, and I'd barely left her apartment except for work. "Watch me," I mumbled into the cushions, but I knew she was right. "Get up. We're going apartment hunting." She yanked away my blanket. "And then you're coming with me to that networking event I told you about?" "I can't afford." "Yes, you can. You're not paying rent here, remember? You've been saving money." She paused, her voice softening. "Plus, Kinley called the office again yesterday." I sat up straight. What did she want? To make sure you weren't working the same shift as Joshua's cousin. Apparently, she's convinced you'll try to spread more lies about her precious husband. My chest tightened. Just last week, I'd had to switch gyms because Kinley had told the owner I was harassing her family members. The memory of that humiliation still stung. Fine, I said, standing up. Let's go look at apartments. The third place we visited was perfect, a small studio in a quiet building, far from my family's usual haunts. As I signed the lease, my phone buzzed with a text from Mom. Your father's birthday dinner is next week. Don't come unless you're ready to apologize. I showed Evangeline the message. She scowled. Remember last year's dinner, when Joshua got drunk and hit on that waitress right in front of Kinley? And everyone laughed it off as him being friendly, I finished bitterly. God, I was so blind. We all were, she said, squeezing my shoulder. Now, about that networking event. Hours later, I stood in a crowded hotel conference room, clutching a glass of wine like a shield. Evangeline had disappeared into the crowd, leaving me alone with my thoughts. You look about as comfortable as I feel, a voice said beside me. I turned to find a tall man with kind eyes extending his hand. I'm Connor. First time here? Brianna, and that obvious, huh? He laughed. Well, you're hiding in the corner, so I'm not hiding, I protested. I'm strategically positioning myself. Our conversation flowed easily after that, until my phone lit up with a call from Zaylee. I excused myself to answer it. Bree? Her voice was hushed. I had to call. Joshua. I saw him today. With someone. My heart raced. What do you mean? At that new restaurant downtown. He was with a woman. Definitely not Kinley. They were very friendly. I closed my eyes, feeling sick. Have you told Kinley? I can't. She won't believe me. Not after, you know. I know. The words tasted bitter. I'm sorry I didn't believe you at first, Zaylee whispered. I should have... Don't, I cut her off. Just keep an eye on Kinley for me? After hanging up, I returned to find Connor still waiting. Everything okay? He asked. Family drama, I said vaguely. Actually, I should probably go. Wait, he called as I turned to leave. We're looking for a marketing director at my company. From what you've told me about your work, you'd be perfect. Would you be interested in interviewing? I stared at him, thrown by the sudden opportunity. Yes. Yes, I would. Later that night, as I lay on Evangeline's couch for the last time before moving into my new apartment, my phone buzzed with another text, this time from Dad. Your sister's hurting. Fix this. I typed back, I told the truth. I won't apologize for that. Then I blocked his number, just like I'd blocked Mom's and Kinley's. Tomorrow, I'd move into my new apartment. Next week, I'd interview for a job that could change everything. My family might have abandoned me, but I was done letting their rejection define me. Evangeline's voice drifted from her bedroom. You okay out there? No, I called back honestly, but I will be. And for the first time since this whole mess started, I actually believed it. The truth had cost me my family, but it hadn't cost me my integrity. As I drifted off to sleep, I thought about Connor's job offer and felt something I hadn't experienced in weeks. Hope. Sometimes the universe has a way of opening new doors when others slam shut. I just had to be brave enough to walk through them. And that's how we increased engagement by 60% last quarter, I finished, clicking to the final slide of my presentation. The boardroom erupted in applause, and Connor shot me an approving nod from across the table. 6 months into my new role as marketing director, and I'd already made waves. My team was thriving, our campaigns were succeeding, and for the first time in my life, I felt truly in control. After the meeting, Connor caught up with me in the hallway. Drinks tonight to celebrate? Rain check? I'm mentoring at the Women's Center. He smiled. Still helping others despite everything you've been through. That's what I admire about you, Bree. The moment felt charged until his phone buzzed. His face fell as he checked it. My sister again. She's going through something similar to your situation. Want to talk about it over lunch? At the cafe, Connor opened up. She caught her husband cheating, but our parents don't believe her. They think she's making it up for attention. My hands tightened around my coffee cup. That must be hard for her. It is, I'm the only one who believes her. He paused. That's why I knew you were telling the truth when you mentioned your family situation during your interview. Is that why you hired me? No, he laughed. I hired you because you're brilliant, but your integrity? That's why I trust you. Back at the office, I found Zaylee waiting by my desk. My cousin had started interning at the company last month, and I'd been secretly thrilled to have family nearby again. Emergency, she whispered. Kinley's here. My heart stopped. What? In the lobby. She's asking for you. I squared my shoulders. Tell her I'm in a meeting. She's crying, Bree. That made me pause. Kinley never cried in public. Fine. Send her up. Minutes later, my sister stood in my office doorway, mascara streaking her cheeks. I saw him, she choked out. With her. You were right. I wanted to say, I told you so. Wanted to scream about the months of isolation and pain. Instead, I closed my office door and pulled her into a hug. He's been seeing her for months, Kinley sobbed into my shoulder. Everyone knew except me. Mom and Dad still don't believe it. They say I'm being paranoid because of your lies. I'm so sorry, Kin. She pulled back, wiping her eyes. No, I'm sorry. I should have believed you. Should have seen it sooner. You weren't ready to see it. I filed for divorce yesterday, she whispered. I didn't know where else to go. Before I could respond, my office phone rang. It was reception. Ms. Townsend, there's a Joshua Armstrong here to see you. Kinley's face went pale. I pressed the intercom. Send him up. Bree, no. Trust me, I said, squeezing her hand. It's time we both faced him. Joshua burst through my door moments later, freezing when he saw Kinley. Baby, I've been looking everywhere for you. Don't! Kinley snapped. Just don't! This is your fault, he snarled at me. You turned her against me. I stood walking around my desk. No, Joshua, your actions did that. Now get out of my office before I call security. You can't. Actually, I can. And I will. I pressed the security button under my desk. By the way, how's the job search going? I heard your company downsized after losing their biggest client. Funny how that happened right after I warned them about your ethical challenges. His face contorted with rage, but security arrived before he could respond. As they escorted him out, Kinley turned to me with wide eyes. Did you really? Let's just say karma works in mysterious ways. I smiled. Now, want to grab dinner? There's someone I'd like you to meet. That evening, over wine and pasta, I watched Kinley share her story with Connor's sister, while Connor squeezed my hand under the table. For the first time in months, I felt whole again. My phone buzzed with a text from Mom. Your sister's making terrible accusations about Joshua. What did you say to her? I showed Kinley the message. She grabbed my phone and typed, Mom, Brianna told the truth. It's time you and Dad listened. As I watched my sister stand up for me, I realized something profound. Sometimes losing everything is the only way to find out what you're truly worth. And sometimes, the family you rebuild is stronger than the one you lost. Another round? Connor suggested, raising his glass. We all lifted our glasses, toasting to new beginnings and hard-won truths. He's living in his car, Zaylee announced, dropping into the chair across from my desk. 3 months had passed since Kinley's divorce filing, and Joshua's downward spiral was becoming town gossip. Not our problem, I replied, not looking up from my laptop. That's cold, Bree. But she was smiling. The mighty have fallen, huh? First the job loss, then the divorce, now this. My phone buzzed. A text from Kinley. He's asking for money again. Says he'll tell Mom and Dad the whole truth if I don't help. Still blackmailing her, I muttered, showing Zaylee the message. The whole truth about what? That's just it. There is no whole truth. He's desperate. I texted Kinley back. Don't give him a penny. Connor knocked on my office door, grinning. Ready for lunch? Oh, hey, Zaylee. Actually, Zaylee said, you both need to hear this. I just found out Joshua's applying for jobs at our competitor companies. Connor's expression darkened. With his reputation? Apparently, he's telling everyone Brianna orchestrated a smear campaign against him out of jealousy. She paused. And that you helped her do it. That's ridiculous, Connor scoffed. but I saw worry flash across his face. My desk phone rang, the front desk. Ms. Townsend, your parents are here. The air left my lungs. What? Should I send them up? I looked at Connor, who nodded encouragingly. Yes, send them up. Mom entered first, Dad trailing behind. They looked older somehow, worn down. Mom spoke first. We need to talk about Joshua. Now you want to talk? The words came out sharper than intended. Brianna, Dad warned, but Mom held up her hand. We deserve that, she said quietly. We've been wrong about a lot of things. Sit down, I offered, gesturing to the chairs. Connor and Zaylee slipped out, closing the door behind them. Joshua came to see us yesterday, Dad said, demanding money, claiming he had proof you and Kinley conspired against him. And we realized something, Mom continued. The son-in-law we defended so fiercely wouldn't be living in his car, begging for money if he was innocent. I leaned back in my chair. Took you long enough? We're trying to apologize, Dad snapped, then softened. We should have believed you, both of you. Do you know what it was like? My voice cracked. Having my entire family turn against me for telling the truth? We know now, Mom whispered. Kinley told us everything, about the other women, the lies, the manipulation. She reached for my hand across the desk. We failed you, sweetheart. A knock interrupted us. Evangeline poked her head in. Sorry, but Brianna, you need to see this. She handed me her phone, opened to a social media post. Joshua had written a long rant, accusing me of destroying his life, claiming Connor and I were having an affair during his marriage to Kinley. He's lost it, Dad muttered, reading over my shoulder. No, I said. He's desperate, and desperate people are dangerous. My phone buzzed again. Kinley. Just got served with papers. He's suing me for defamation. You too, probably. Let him, I said aloud, showing my parents the message. I've kept every message, every piece of evidence. Let him try to explain those in court. Mom squeezed my hand. We'll stand with you this time, both of you. We can't change the past, Dad added, but we can do better now. After they left, Connor returned with coffee. You okay? Getting there. I showed him Joshua's post. Looks like we're the latest stars of his revenge tour. Let him rant, Connor said, sitting on the edge of my desk. Success is the best revenge, and you're crushing it. Speaking of success, I smiled. Want to give him something real to talk about? What do you mean? I stood up, closing the distance between us. Dinner tonight? Just us? His smile lit up his face. I thought you'd never ask. Later that evening, as Connor and I shared wine and stories at my favorite restaurant, my phone lit up with another message from Kinley. Just got the lawsuit papers. His evidence is pathetic. We've got this, sis. I showed Connor the message, and he raised his glass. To karma? To karma, I agreed, clinking my glass against his. And to second chances. As we talked and laughed, I realized something. Joshua's attempts to destroy me had only made me stronger. He'd tried to paint me as the villain, but all he'd done was write himself into a corner. And this time, I wasn't alone in fighting back. Is this some kind of joke? I stared at the email on my screen, unable to process what I was reading. Evangeline peered over my shoulder. Is that from Joshua? Dear Brianna, I read aloud. I'm writing to formally apply for the senior marketing position at your company. He can't be serious. He's desperate, Evangeline said. Nobody else will hire him. My phone rang. Kinley. Did you get it too? I asked. The job application? Yeah. He sent it to every executive in the company. She paused. He's trying to force your hand. By applying for a job with the sister-in-law he's currently suing? I laughed bitterly. Bold strategy. Connor appeared in my doorway, waving a printed copy of Joshua's resume. Emergency meeting in 5 minutes. The board wants to discuss this. In the conference room, the tension was palpable. Our CEO, a shrewd woman named Margaret, spoke first. We need to handle this carefully. Rejecting him outright could add fuel to his lawsuit. He's qualified on paper, another executive added, and we need to fill that position. Are you serious? I stood up. He's actively suing me and my sister. Which is exactly why we need to play this smart, Margaret said. Brianna, what if we did hire him? What? Hear me out. He'd be under your direct supervision. Every interaction documented, every assignment monitored. If he's truly changed, fine. If not, she smiled. Well, you'd be in position to document everything. Connor caught my eye across the table. I could see him thinking the same thing I was. This could be an opportunity. Fine, I said. But I want everything in writing. And I mean everything. Later that day, I called Kinley to explain the plan. You're going to be his boss? She laughed. Oh, this is perfect. You're not mad? Mad? Bree, this is karma at its finest. Just be careful, okay? He's still dangerous. I drafted the email myself. Dear Mr. Armstrong, we're pleased to offer you a position, conditional upon the following terms. The list of conditions was long and explicit, everything from mandatory harassment training to detailed performance metrics. His reply came within minutes. I accept all conditions. Thank you for this opportunity. He's up to something, Evangeline said when I showed her his response. Obviously, but so am I. Joshua's first day arrived with a thunderstorm that matched the mood. He walked into the office wearing a suit that had seen better days, his former arrogance replaced by careful humility. Thank you for this chance, he said, not quite meeting my eyes. Let's be clear, I replied, handing him an employee handbook. This is a professional environment. Any deviation from these policies will result in immediate termination. Understood? Crystal clear. His smile didn't reach his eyes. I assigned him the most tedious projects possible: spreadsheet analysis, market research, data entry. Each day, he completed them without complaint, but I could see the resentment simmering beneath his forced politeness. 2 weeks in, he knocked on my office door. Can we talk? Keep it professional, I warned. Look, I know what you're doing, he said, closing the door. Trying to break me with busy work. But I've changed. The divorce, losing everything. It was a wake-up call. Save it for someone who hasn't heard your lies before. His facade cracked slightly. You think you're so perfect, don't you? Sitting in your corner office dating Connor, playing happy families with Kinley again. You took everything from me. No, Joshua. You lost everything all by yourself. I pressed record on my phone, letting it capture his outburst. And you're about to lose this job too if you don't get back to work. He stormed out, slamming the door. Minutes later, Connor appeared. You okay? I saw Joshua leave looking angry. I'm fine. I played him the recording. Just collecting evidence. You're brilliant. You know that? He kissed my forehead. Dinner tonight? Can't. Family dinner at Mom and Dad's. First one since everything. Want moral support? I smiled. Actually, yes. But first, help me draft an email documenting Joshua's little outburst. Something tells me we'll need it soon. As I typed up the incident report, I couldn't help but smile. Joshua thought he was playing me by taking this job, but he'd walked right into my trap. Every day he spent under my supervision was another day he proved who he really was. And this time, I had witnesses. He's doing what? Kinley nearly spat out her coffee across my desk. Teaching an ethics seminar, I repeated, showing her the company-wide email. He volunteered to lead the workplace conduct training next week. That's like having a fox teach hen house security, she sputtered. Exactly, and that's why I approved it. Kinley's eyes widened with understanding. You're giving him enough rope to hang himself. The lawsuit hearing is in 3 weeks, I reminded her. Every move he makes here is documented, including this little performance. A knock at my door interrupted us. Joshua, with that practiced, humble smile. Got a minute to discuss the seminar outline? Perfect timing, I said. Kinley was just leaving. He flinched slightly as Kinley brushed past him, her head held high. Once she was gone, his smile dropped. You're enjoying this, aren't you? He asked, closing the door. The seminar? I think it's a wonderful initiative. Cut the act, Brianna. We both know what you're doing. Do we? I gestured to the chair across from my desk. Please, enlighten me. He sat down, leaning forward. You think you're so clever documenting every little thing, setting me up to fail. But what happens when I actually succeed? When I run this seminar perfectly and prove I've changed? Then everybody wins, I replied smoothly. That's what second chances are for, right? His eye twitched, the same tell he'd had when lying to Kinley all those years. Right. The day of the seminar arrived, and I made sure to sit in the front row. Connor sat beside me, while Zaylee positioned herself in the back with her laptop, ready to record everything. Joshua stood at the podium, the picture of reformation. Today we're discussing workplace ethics and the importance of honesty. Halfway through his presentation, my phone buzzed, a message from an unknown number. I opened it and froze. Photos, dozens of them. Joshua with different women, timestamps spanning his entire marriage to Kinley. Another message followed. Found these on his old cloud account. Thought you should have them. His ex before Kinley. I forwarded them to our legal team immediately, then looked up to find Joshua staring at me intently. Is there something you'd like to share with the group, Brianna? He asked, his voice sickly sweet. Actually, yes. I stood up. I think this would be a perfect time to discuss real-world examples of ethical breaches. His face paled as I connected my phone to the projector. That's not part of the presentation? I smiled. But you're always talking about transparency, aren't you? This is harassment, he shouted, mask finally slipping. No, Connor stood up beside me. This is evidence for both the lawsuit and the ethics committee. The room erupted in whispers as the first photo appeared on screen. Joshua lunged for the projector cable, but security was already moving in. I'd arranged for them to be present just in case. You're fired, I said calmly, for attempting to assault your supervisor. Please escort yourself out or security will do it for you. You set me up, he screamed as security approached. This whole job was a setup. No, Joshua, you did this to yourself. Again. Later that evening, I sat with Connor, Kinley, and Evangeline at our favorite bar, recounting the day's events. His ex really came through, Kinley marveled, scrolling through the photos. These are dated. Location tagged. He never stood a chance with the lawsuit now. Speaking of chances, Connor said, taking my hand, I have something to ask you. If it's about moving in together, the answer is yes, I smiled. I've seen you eyeing my spare room key. He laughed. Am I that obvious? You both are, Evangeline groaned. It's disgusting. My phone buzzed. Mom. Just heard what happened at your office. Your father and I are proud of you, sweetheart. Joshua showed up here asking for money again. We sent him away. Look at that, I showed them the message. Full family reformation. To new beginnings, Kinley raised her glass. And to my sister, who never gave up on the truth. As we clinked glasses, I caught sight of Joshua through the bar's window, watching us from his car. But this time, I wasn't afraid. He had no power here anymore. The truth had won, and karma had finally come full circle. He's here, Zaylee whispered, nudging me as I adjusted the centerpiece on Mom and Dad's dining room table. Joshua's outside. I peered through the window. Sure enough, he was parked across the street, watching the house as guests arrived for Dad's 60th birthday party. Should I call the police? Connor asked, appearing beside me. Not yet. I pulled out my phone and started recording. Let's see what he does first. Kinley burst through the front door, face flushed. Did you see? We saw, I confirmed. How long has he been following you? 3 days, she wrung her hands. Ever since the lawsuit was dismissed. Mom emerged from the kitchen, wiping her hands on her apron. What's everyone looking at? Oh. Her face hardened when she saw Joshua's car. That's it. I'm calling the police. Wait, Dad said, joining us at the window. Let me talk to him first. Dad, no. But he was already striding out the front door. We watched as he approached Joshua's car, his shoulders set in that familiar, determined way. I can't watch this, Kinley muttered, but none of us moved from the window. Joshua stepped out of his car, looking disheveled. Even from here, I could see he'd been drinking. You need to leave, Dad's voice carried clearly in the evening air. It's a public street, Joshua slurred. I can park wherever I want. You're stalking my daughters." "They ruined my life," Joshua shouted, loud enough that several neighbors poked their heads out. "Everything I had, gone, because precious Brianna couldn't keep her mouth shut." "No," Dad's voice turned to steel. "Everything you had, gone because you couldn't keep your pants on or tell the truth." Joshua lunged forward, but Dad didn't flinch. "You want to hit me, son? Go ahead. Give us another reason to call the police." I was already dialing 911 when Joshua threw the first punch. Dad dodged it easily, years of boxing in his youth paying off, but Joshua kept coming. Connor and I burst out the front door just as Dad deflected another wild swing, causing Joshua to stumble. "Police are on their way," I called out, still recording everything. "Along with your parole officer." Joshua froze. "You're bluffing." "Am I? We know about the DUI last week, the restraining order your other ex filed. One call to your parole officer about you violating the terms of your release." "You bitch," he snarled, starting toward me. But Connor stepped between us. "That's enough," Connor said quietly. "It's over, Joshua." Police sirens wailed in the distance. Joshua's face crumpled as he realized what was happening. "Please," he whispered. "I have nothing left." "That was your choice," Kinley said, joining us on the lawn. "Every lie, every betrayal, those were your choices." The police arrived, and within minutes Joshua was in handcuffs. As they led him away, he looked back at us one last time. "I'm sorry," he said, and for the first time since I'd known him, it sounded genuine. "I know," Kinley replied softly, "but it's too late." Back inside, the party guests, mostly family and close friends, were buzzing with excitement over the drama. "Are you okay?" I asked Dad, examining his hands for injuries. "Never better," he grinned. "Been wanting to do that for months." Mom swatted his arm. "Wilson, don't encourage violence." "Speaking of encouragement," Kinley interrupted, grabbing my arm. "Connor, show everyone what's in your pocket." Connor's eyes widened. "Now, after all that?" "No time like the present," Dad winked. My heart stopped as Connor dropped to one knee, pulling out a small velvet box. "Brianna," he started, "these past months have shown me what real strength and integrity look like. You stood up for the truth when it cost you everything. You helped others even when you were hurting. You showed me what love should be." He opened the box, revealing a simple but elegant ring. "Will you marry me?" "Yes," I breathed, barely aware of the cheers erupting around us. "Yes, absolutely yes." As Connor slipped the ring on my finger, Kinley hugged me from behind. "From family drama to family celebration," she laughed through tears. "To think," Mom mused, "if you hadn't told the truth that day." "Everything would be different," I finished, looking at my new ring, then at my restored family around me. "But not better." Dad raised his glass. "To truth." "To truth," everyone echoed. As we celebrated late into the night, I realized something. Sometimes the hardest path leads to the best destination, and sometimes standing up for what's right costs everything, but gives you something better in return. "Ready for this?" Connor squeezed my hand as we approached the courthouse steps. "Born ready," I replied, though my heart raced. Today was Joshua's sentencing hearing for violating his parole and assaulting Dad. Inside, we found Kinley already seated with Mom and Dad. Zaylee slipped in moments later, followed by Evangeline. "He's taking a plea deal," Kinley whispered. "His lawyer reached out this morning." The bailiff called for order as Joshua was led in. He looked different, cleaner, more clear-eyed than at Dad's party. When he spotted us, he didn't glare or sneer. Instead, he nodded slightly, almost respectfully. The judge spoke first. "Mr. Armstrong, you've agreed to plead guilty to all charges. Before I accept this plea, do you have anything to say to the court?" Joshua stood, hands trembling. "Yes, Your Honor." He turned to face us. "I've spent months blaming everyone else for my mistakes, especially Brianna. I convinced myself she destroyed my life out of jealousy or spite. But she didn't destroy anything. She just exposed what I was already destroying myself." The courtroom remained silent as he continued. "In jail, I had time to think about who I was, who I'd become. I read the letters Kinley wrote me during our marriage, saw how my lies broke her trust piece by piece. I remembered how Brianna tried to warn me before all this started, tried to give me a chance to come clean. He wiped his eyes. I'm not asking for forgiveness. I don't deserve it. But I want the court to know I accept full responsibility for my actions. And I want my former family to know I'm truly sorry. The judge nodded. Given your acceptance of responsibility and the plea agreement, I sentence you to 18 months in prison, followed by 3 years of supervised release. Additionally, you will maintain no contact with the victims. As Joshua was led away, he paused near our row. Brianna? I met his gaze. Thank you, he said softly, for being strong enough to tell the truth when I was too weak to face it. After he was gone, we gathered outside the courthouse. Dad pulled me into a bear hug. Proud of you, kiddo, he whispered. For what? I didn't do anything today. You showed mercy, Mom said. You could have pushed for a harsher sentence, but you supported the plea deal. Speaking of support, Kinley interrupted, pulling out her phone. Look what came today. She showed us an email. She'd been accepted to law school. I want to help other women, she explained. Women who need someone to believe them, to fight for them. Like you did for me, I smiled, hugging her. Connor cleared his throat. Since we're sharing news, Brianna got promoted to executive vice president. What? Evangeline shrieked. When were you going to tell us? At dinner tonight, I laughed. Connor and I are hosting our first dinner party at our new place, remember? Later that evening, as our family and friends filled our home with laughter and love, I found myself on the balcony with Kinley. Remember when you first told me about Joshua? She asked. I was so angry, so blind. We've come a long way. Because of you. She turned to face me. You lost everything to tell me the truth, but you never lost yourself. That's what I admire most about you. Connor joined us, wrapping an arm around my waist. Your sister's pretty amazing. Gross, Kinley teased. Save it for the wedding. Inside, Dad was telling Mom and Evangeline about his heroic battle at his birthday party, while Zaylee recorded it all on her phone, probably for her blog about family dynamics. You know what's funny? I said. Joshua thought he was punishing me by applying for that job, but he actually gave me the greatest gift. What's that? Connor asked. The chance to show everyone, including myself, that the truth always wins. Not just through karma or revenge, but through growth and healing. To growth and healing, Kinley raised her wine glass. And to family, Connor added. The real kind, I finished. The kind that stands by you when you stand up for what's right. We rejoined the party, where Dad was now demonstrating his boxing moves to an amused audience. Mom caught my eye and mouthed, I love you, while Evangeline and Zaylee argued over wedding color schemes. This was my victory, not Joshua's imprisonment or my career success, but this. A family rebuilt on truth, love restored through forgiveness, and a future bright with possibility. Sometimes the hardest truths lead to the most beautiful beginnings.
The sound of my sister's laughter floating down the hallway used to make me smile. Now, it makes my stomach twist, especially at midnight on a Tuesday when I have an early meeting and she's having another hours-long phone chat while I lie awake, wondering how I became the sucker in this situation. I'm Maria, and 3 months ago, I opened my home to my younger sister, Kylie, and her 2 girls after her divorce. It seemed like the right thing to do. Family helps family. Right? That's what I kept telling myself as I cleared out my home office, transformed it into a bedroom for my nieces, and watched my carefully curated life slowly unravel. Just until I get back on my feet, Kylie had promised, mascara-stained tears running down her face that first night. Vincent cleaned me out. I don't know what I'd do without you. Tonight, I'm stirring honey into my chamomile tea, trying to drown out her voice when I hear it. No. Seriously, Tyler, you don't understand how sweet this setup is. Kylie's voice carries through her partially open door. Maria's such a pushover. She hasn't asked for a dime. I've got more spending money now than when I was married. The mug freezes halfway to my lips. I know, right? She continues, giggling. And get this, I just booked the most amazing. I force myself to walk past her door, my feet somehow carrying me despite the sudden weight in my chest. Inside my bedroom, I sit on the edge of my bed, tea growing cold in my trembling hands. A gentle knock interrupts my thoughts. Aunt Maria? Nora's voice is soft, hesitant. Are you still awake? Come in, sweetheart. My 12-year-old niece slips inside, clutching her tablet. Her dark hair is pulled into a messy bun, and she's wearing the pajamas I bought her last month. I can't sleep. Mum's being really loud again. I noticed. I pat the spot beside me. Want to show me what you're reading? She curls up next to me, and for a moment I forget about Kylie's words. Nora swipes through her latest manga, explaining the plot in excited whispers. This is what makes it worth it, these quiet moments with the girls. But tomorrow morning comes too soon. I'm reviewing quarterly reports at my desk when my coworker drops by with coffee. You look exhausted, Tessa says, perching on my desk. How's the sister situation? I rub my eyes. Fine. It's fine. That bad, huh? She raises an eyebrow. You know, the last time you said fine twice in a row was when your ex proposed with a ring pop. It's just... I lower my voice, glancing around the office. Yesterday, another package arrived for her. Nordstrom. She told me last week she couldn't afford to chip in for groceries. Classic Kylie. Tessa rolls her eyes. And you're still covering everything? The girls need stability. The girls need their mother to grow up. Tessa leans closer. How much have you dipped into your savings? I avoid her eyes. I cancelled my streaming services. Cut back on takeout. While she gets weekly salon appointments? Tessa points to a social media post on her phone. Nice fresh highlights she's sporting there. Before I can respond, my phone buzzes. It's Kylie. Hey, sis! Her voice is syrupy sweet. Quick favor, could you grab dinner for the girls tonight? I have this amazing opportunity to network with some potential employers. I think about the Nordstrom package, about her midnight laughter, about my dwindling savings account. Sure, I hear myself say. No problem. After hanging up, Tessa gives me a look that could curdle milk. You're enabling her, I know. I turn back to my computer, but the numbers blur together. I just need to figure out how to... My voice trails off as I hear Kylie's voice again, this time from Tessa's phone. She's on speaker with Tyler in an Instagram story. Just wait till you see where we're going. Kylie squeals. She's such a freaking pushover. This vacation is going to be epic with all the money I've saved. The office goes quiet. Or maybe that's just the blood rushing in my ears. Maria. Tessa's voice seems far away. I stare at the phone, at my sister's beaming face, at her fresh highlights and designer glasses, at the woman who's been playing me for a fool. I need to make a call, I say quietly, reaching for my phone. Know any good real estate lawyers? Tessa's smile is sharp. Honey, I thought you'd never ask. Once you start looking for lies, they're everywhere. Like cockroaches when you turn on the light. They scatter, but you know there are more hiding in the walls. I applied for 3 jobs this week, Kylie announces over breakfast, scrolling through her phone while the girls rush to get ready for school. The market is just so tough right now. I take a slow sip of coffee. Which companies? Oh, you know. She waves her hand vaguely. Those marketing firms downtown, they're all so competitive. Later that day, I call my friend who works in HR at one of the biggest marketing firms in the city. Kylie. No, we haven't received an application from anyone by that name in months. The next lie unravels at dinner. Kylie's pushing food around her plate, sighing dramatically. I hate asking, but could you spot me for the girls' school supplies? Things are just so tight right now. Of course, I say, watching her designer watch catch the light. I saw a great sale at Target. Oh, no. She wrinkles her nose. Their quality is terrible. The girls need the good stuff. After dinner, while she's on another phone call, I check her purse for the receipt she'd carelessly left visible. Staples. $207.83. Paid with a Capital One card I didn't know she had. Your sister's playing you? Tessa says the next day over lunch. You need to stop being a doormat. I'm not a doormat, I protest. I'm gathering evidence. Evidence for what? The pushover Olympics? She slides her phone across the table. Look what Tyler just posted. The image shows Kylie and Tyler at a high-end salon, champagne flutes in hand. The caption reads, "Pre-vacation pampering with my girl. Can't wait for our luxury reset next month." Blessed. Girl power. My stomach churns. When was this posted? An hour ago. Tessa's voice softens. While she was supposedly at a job interview. That evening, Nora finds me in the kitchen, clutching something behind her back. Aunt Maria, I made you something. She hands me a card, decorated with careful drawings and glitter. Inside, in her neat handwriting. Thank you for taking care of us. You're the best aunt ever. My throat tightens. It's beautiful, sweetheart. Mom says we're lucky to have you. Nora hesitates, but sometimes I hear her laughing about how she doesn't have to pay for anything anymore. Before I can respond, my phone buzzes. A text from Tessa. Check your email. Now. The screenshot she's sent shows a Facebook post from Tyler. All expense luxury reset trip planned. 4 nights at the Crystal Bay Resort with my best girl. Sometimes you just need to treat yourself. No regrets. Crystal Bay Resort. The same place Vincent took Kylie for their honeymoon. The place she claimed held too many painful memories when I suggested a family vacation there last summer. My fingers hover over the keyboard, ready to confront her. But then I hear Poppy's laughter from the living room where she's watching TV with Kylie. Maria! Kylie calls out. Come watch with us. I made popcorn. With your groceries, I think, in your designer sweater, planning your secret vacation. Instead, I say, coming, and paste on a smile. That night, I lie awake scrolling through months of social media posts. Kylie at restaurants, Kylie shopping, Kylie getting her nails done. Each post a tiny betrayal, each smile a lie. My phone lights up with a text from an unknown number. Is it true what Tyler's saying? That Kylie's living with you because she's broke? Because I just processed her alimony payment and it's not small. Vincent. I sit up in bed, heart pounding. Another text follows. She told the courts she's living with you to reduce her housing costs. Said she needed more support for the girls. I've been paying extra for months. The final piece clicks into place. I've been subsidizing her lifestyle while she collects alimony, squirrels away money, and plans luxury vacations. My phone buzzes again. Tessa. Made some calls. That resort booking? Non-refundable. $4,000 down. Still want to play nice? Before I can reply, Kylie's voice drifts through the walls. Just wait till Maria finds out I'm extending my stay here through summer. She's too nice to ever kick us out. I open my laptop and start typing. Dear tenant. The next morning, Kylie catches me before work. Can we do lunch today? Just us sisters. Her smile is bright, practiced. I need to tell you something important. Sure, I say, already knowing what's coming. I have something to tell you, too. She hugs me tight. You're my rock, Maria. I don't know what I'd do without you. I hug her back, feeling the expensive fabric of her new sweater. Don't worry, I whisper. You're about to find out. So, legally, you're well within your rights, Tessa explains, spreading documents across her desk. She's been living there long enough to qualify as a tenant, which means I need to give her proper notice, I finish, scanning the paperwork. 30 days, exactly. Tessa hands me a pen, and since there's no formal lease, you're not breaking any contracts. I start filling out the forms, my handwriting steadier than I expected. What if she refuses to leave? Then we file for formal eviction. Tessa's smile is professional, but her eyes gleam. But first, let's see how she handles the notice. That evening, I start small. When Kylie complains about the temperature, I don't adjust the thermostat. When she mentions we're out of her expensive oat milk, I shrug and point to the regular milk in the fridge. But you always get my oat milk, she pouts. Budget's tight this month, I say, watching her face. You understand, right? She blinks, then recovers. Of course, I totally get it. Things are tough all around. Later, I hear her on the phone with Tyler. Maria's acting weird. Maybe she's stressed about money or something. Good thing I booked that resort when I did. I slip into my home office, what used to be my home office before it became the girls' room, and open my laptop. A quick search brings up Crystal Bay Resort's booking page. Standard rooms start at $800 per night. My phone buzzes. A text from Vincent. Just got the bank statement. Kylie withdrew $4,000 last week. Thought you should know. I screenshot it and add it to my growing folder of evidence. The next morning, Kylie catches me before work. Lunch today? My treat. At the cafe, she orders the most expensive salad and a glass of wine. I stick to water. I've been doing a lot of thinking, she says, pushing her designer sunglasses up onto her head, about how amazing you've been these past few months. I take a sip of water. Oh, I'm finally seeing the light at the end of the tunnel. She reaches across the table to squeeze my hand. You're my rock, Maria. The girls and I are so lucky to have you. That's funny, I say, keeping my voice light. I thought I heard you telling Tyler how lucky you were not having to pay rent. Her hand freezes on mine. For a split second, panic flashes across her face before she laughs. Oh, you heard that. I was just joking around. You know how Tyler and I get, right? I pull my hand away. Just like you were joking about the vacation. What vacation? Her voice rises slightly. I mean, Tyler and I were just dreaming. You know how it is. My phone buzzes. Another text from Tessa. Eviction notice is ready when you are. More water? Kylie asks brightly, already signaling the waiter. I check my watch. Actually, I should head back to work. Thanks for lunch. Wait! She grabs her purse. I wanted to talk to you about something. See, I've been thinking about staying through the summer. The girls are so settled and... We'll talk later. I cut her off, standing up. I have a meeting. That evening, I find a receipt in the trash, a confirmation email for Crystal Bay Resort, printed and then discarded. 4 nights, ocean view suite, spa package included. Total, $4,327. 86, non-refundable. Mom's acting weird, Nora says later, helping me load the dishwasher. She keeps making secret phone calls and hiding her shopping bags. I hand her a plate. Have you seen any travel brochures? Nora pauses. Yeah, actually, she has one for some fancy beach resort. She told me not to tell you. It's okay, I say, hugging her quickly. You didn't do anything wrong. After the girls are in bed, Kylie corners me in the kitchen. Hey, sis, got a minute? She's wearing new pajamas, the tag still visible where she forgot to remove them. The price sticker peeks out, $89.99. I just wanted to say thank you again, she continues, eyes wide and sincere. For everything. You're the best sister anyone could ask for. I think about the eviction notice sitting in my desk drawer, about the resort booking, about all the lies. You know what, Kylie? I smile, and for the first time in months, it's genuine. You're right. I am the best sister anyone could ask for, and soon you're going to realize exactly how much you've taken that for granted. She laughs nervously. What do you mean? Get some sleep, I say, heading to my room. We'll talk tomorrow. Behind me, I hear her frantically dialing her phone. Tyler, I think she knows. What do? I close my door, open my laptop, and start drafting an email to Vincent. It's time everyone knew the truth about my dear, sweet sister's financial situation. Maria, can we talk? Wesley, my boss, gestures to his office. His expression makes my stomach sink. Inside, he slides a folder across his desk. Your last 3 reports had errors. That's not like you. I'm sorry. I start, but he holds up a hand. Is everything okay at home? You seem distracted lately. Before I can answer, my phone buzzes. A text from Kylie. Found the cutest sundresses for the trip. Can't wait to show you. Maria. I switch off my phone. Just some family stuff. It won't happen again. Back at my desk, I open my email to find a notification from my credit card company. Your balance is approaching your credit limit. 3 months ago, I had 0 balance. Still playing detective? Tessa perches on my desk, coffee in hand. I show her my credit statement. Look at this charge from yesterday. $495 at Sephora. Kylie used my card for emergency groceries. Emergency concealer. More like. Tessa pulls out her phone. Speaking of which, look what your sister just posted. The photo shows Kylie modeling oversized designer sunglasses. Caption. Sometimes you have to treat yourself. Shatsu, self-care, shtut, blessed. My phone rings. It's our mother, Penelope. We haven't spoken in months. Maria, is it true what I'm hearing about Kylie? Mom? Someone told me you're taking advantage of her situation. Her voice has that familiar accusatory tone. That you're charging her rent when she's struggling? I laugh, actually laugh. Who told you that? Never mind who told me. I raised you better than to exploit family. The irony hits like a slap. Did you call when Kylie moved in? When I cleared out my office for the girls? When I drained my savings? Don't be dramatic, she sniffs. Kylie's going through a divorce. Kylie's going through my wallet, I snap, then take a breath. Mom, I have to go. I'm at work. Just like always, she sighs. Work before family. After hanging up, I close my eyes, remembering a scene from 15 years ago. Kylie, tearful, confessing she'd stolen Mum's credit card for a spring break trip. Me, covering for her, paying it back with my first real paycheck. "You're the best, Maria," she'd said then, hugging me. "I'll pay you back someday." Some things never change. That evening, I find a glossy travel brochure on the kitchen counter. Crystal Bay Resort smiles up at me in full colour. Pristine beaches, infinity pools, spa services. "Oh," Kylie snatches it up. "I was just window shopping." "With what window?" I ask mildly. "The one in your ocean view suite?" She freezes. "What?" "Nothing." I smile. "Nice sunglasses, by the way. Gucci? These old things?" She touches them nervously. "Just knockoffs." "Really? Because I have the receipt right here." I pull it from my pocket. $495 at Saks. Funny how it's on my credit card. Colour drains from her face. "I can explain." "Can you explain this too?" I show her my credit statement. "Or the Sephora charge, the Nordstrom packages." "You went through my things?" Her voice rises, playing the victim. "How could you?" "How could I?" I laugh again, and it sounds strange even to me. The same way I could work overtime to pay for your groceries. The same way I could empty my savings while you booked luxury vacations. It's not what you think. It's exactly what I think. I step closer. "You know what the difference is between you and me, Kylie. I learned from watching Mom enable you. You just learned how to get better at taking. That's not fair." Tears well up, her signature move. "After everything with Vincent told me about the alimony." I cut in. "The extra payments, the lies about living expenses." She stumbles back. "He had no right." "No, you had no right." My voice is steady now. "To use me, to lie to me, to teach your daughters that this is how family treats each other. The girls need stability. The girls need their mother to grow up." She wipes her eyes, smearing expensive mascara. "I was going to tell you about the trip. I just needed some time to myself." "Don't worry," I say, turning away. "You'll have plenty of time to yourself soon." "What's that supposed to mean?" But I'm already walking to my room, where the eviction notice waits in my desk drawer. Tomorrow, I think. Let her enjoy showing off her travel brochure one more night. My phone buzzes again. A text from Tyler. "OMG, girl. Can't believe we're really doing this. Crystal Bay, here we come." I save the screenshot. Evidence, mounting like waves before a tsunami. Let her smile. Let her plan. Let her think she's won. Tomorrow changes everything. The printer hums quietly as I watch the eviction notice emerge, crisp and official. My hands don't shake as I slide it into an envelope. They should, but they don't. 3 months of rage has a way of steadying you. "Morning," Kylie chirps, practically dancing into the kitchen. She's clutching the resort brochure like a winning lottery ticket. "I made coffee." "How thoughtful." I accept the mug she offers. "Special occasion?" "Actually," she perches on the counter, grinning. "I've been thinking about what you said about me getting back on my feet." I take a slow sip. "Have you?" "Yes, and I realized sometimes self-love is the best investment." She flips open the brochure. "So I decided to treat myself to a little getaway. Just a few days at Crystal Bay Resort." "Crystal Bay?" I keep my voice neutral. "Isn't that where you and Vincent honeymooned?" "Oh, that." She waves dismissively. "I'm reclaiming it, making new memories." I set down my coffee and reach for my bag. Speaking of new memories, look at this spa package. She points to a glossy photo. 4 treatments included, and the ocean view suite has this amazing balcony. Kylie. And there's yoga on the beach every morning. Kylie. I hold out the envelope. She takes it, still beaming. What's this? Early birthday card? It's an eviction notice. You have 30 days to find new accommodation. The brochure slips from her fingers. What? 30 days. I repeat. That's more than generous considering. She tears open the envelope, hands shaking now where mine won't. This has to be a joke. Like the joke about milking me dry, or the joke about being too broke to pay rent while booking luxury vacations. You can't do this. Her voice cracks. The girls. We'll be fine. They're resilient. No thanks to you. I'm your sister. She stands up, tears starting. Right on cue. You stopped being my sister the moment you turned my kindness into your cash cow. I pick up the fallen brochure. Nice suite, by the way. The non-refundable kind, right? All pretense drops from her face. You bitch! You went through my things? Didn't have to. Vincent told me everything. The alimony, the lies about living expenses. I smile. Tyler's social media did the rest. I'll tell everyone! She grabs her phone. Mom, the family, everyone will know how you threw us out. Go ahead. I have receipts, screenshots, bank statements. Should I post those first? She freezes, finger hovering over her phone. You wouldn't. Try me. The girls appear in the doorway, drawn by the raised voices. Nora's eyes are wide, understanding. Poppy clutches her stuffed rabbit. Mom. Nora's voice is small. What's happening? Kylie switches instantly to victim mode. Your aunt is kicking us out, sweetie. After everything we've been through. Stop it! Nora's voice is sharp. Just stop lying. Nora! I heard you, Mom, on the phone with Tyler about using Aunt Maria's money, about the trip. Kylie's face crumples. You don't understand. I understand fine. Nora grabs Poppy's hand. Come on, Pops, let's get ready for school. After they leave, Kylie rounds on me. Happy now? You've turned my own daughters against me. You did that yourself. I check my watch. I have to get to work. I suggest you use today to start apartment hunting. I can't afford... Actually, you can. Vincent sent me your alimony statements. I head for the door. Maybe cancel that spa package. You'll need the deposit money. You're breaking this family apart! She shrieks after me. I turn back one last time. No, Kylie. I'm just breaking free. By noon, my phone is exploding. Kylie's posted a tearful story on Facebook about her cruel sister throwing her and her children into the street, tagged the whole family, added crying emojis for effect. Ready for phase 2? Tessa texts. I open my folder of evidence and start uploading. Screenshots of Kylie's luxury purchases, Vincent's alimony statements, the resort booking, Tyler's incriminating posts. Finally, the recording from my security camera of Kylie bragging about exploiting me. Your move, sis, I mutter, and hit post. My phone rings immediately. It's our mother. Maria, how could you... She starts. Check my latest post, I interrupt. Then call me back if you still want to defend her. I hang up and stare at my computer screen, where Kylie's life of lies is unraveling in real time. Comments are already pouring in, family members expressing shock, friends withdrawing support. The truth, spreading like wildfire. My hands still don't shake, but now, finally, they don't need to. The doorbell rings at 7 a.m. the next morning. I open it to find our mother, Penelope, standing there with the kind of righteous anger only she can muster. "How dare you air our family's dirty laundry on social media?" She pushes past me into the house. "Good morning to you too, Mom." "Where's Kylie?" She looks around, designer handbag clutched like a shield. That poor girl must be devastated. That poor girl is still asleep in the room I gave up for her, while planning a luxury vacation with money she saved by mooching off me. "She's going through a divorce." "She's going through my bank account." I cross my arms. "Did you actually look at what I posted?" "I saw enough." Penelope's voice rises. "I saw my youngest daughter being publicly humiliated by her own sister." "Mom?" Kylie appears, perfectly timed as always, eyes artfully red. "I didn't know you were coming." "Oh, sweetheart." Penelope rushes to embrace her. "I came as soon as I saw what your sister did." I laugh, the sound harsh even to my ears. "Of course you did. Just like you came when she stole your credit card in high school? Oh, wait, you never knew about that because I covered for her, just like I've been covering for her my entire life." "That was different." Kylie sniffs. "I was young." "You're still young," I snap. "You're just better at manipulation now. Don't you dare speak to her like that." Penelope steps between us. "She's your sister." "My sister?" The words taste bitter. My sister who brags about exploiting me? Who teaches her daughters that it's okay to use people? Who books spa vacations while I work overtime to keep her fed? "I was going to pay you back," Kylie wails. "With what? The money you're spending at Crystal Bay?" "Crystal Bay?" Penelope turns to Kylie. "The resort." It's not what you think. Show her the booking, Kylie." I pull out my phone. Show her the spa package, the ocean view suite, the non-refundable deposit that costs more than 3 months of the rent you never paid me. Kylie's face crumples. "Mom, I can explain." But for once, Penelope is silent, looking between us with dawning comprehension. "Aunt Maria." Nora appears in the hallway, school backpack ready. "Is everything okay?" "Everything's fine, sweetheart. Your grandmother was just leaving." "I most certainly was not." Penelope bristles. This family needs boundaries." I cut in. "Starting now." "Mom's been lying to everyone," Nora says suddenly, her young voice steady. "She only misses Aunt Maria now because she needs someone to bail her out. Again." "Nora!" Kylie gasps. "How can you say that?" "Because it's true. I heard you telling Tyler how you were playing everyone, how you could afford your own place months ago, but why bother when Aunt Maria's such a pushover?" Silence falls. Even Penelope looks shocked. "Is this true?" she asks Kylie. "Of course not. She's just a child. She doesn't understand." "I understand fine." Nora's voice cracks. "I understand you're teaching Poppy and me that it's okay to use people. That family means taking advantage. I think," I say quietly, "it's time for school, Nora. I'll drive you." "But we haven't finished," Penelope starts. "Yes, we have." I grab my keys. "Kylie has 28 days left to find a new place. You're welcome to help her look." In the car, Nora is quiet until we're halfway to school. "Are you really making us leave?" "I'm making your mother leave," I correct gently. You and Poppy are welcome any time. Mom's going to make this really hard, isn't she? Probably. I glance at her. But sometimes doing the right thing isn't easy. My phone buzzes. Tessa. You're prepared to lose her forever, right? At a red light, I type back. She lost me already. I'm just catching up. When I return home, Penelope and Kylie are gone. But the damage remains. A new Facebook post from Kylie about betrayal and heartless sisters, already gathering sympathetic comments. I start typing a response, then pause. Let her rant. Let her play victim. The truth has a way of surfacing, like bodies in water. My phone buzzes again. A text from Vincent. Just saw Kylie's posts. Also saw your evidence. My lawyer will be very interested in those alimony claims she made to the court. I smile, thinking of that non-refundable resort booking. Sometimes karma needs a little push, but once it starts rolling, another text arrives, this one from Nora. Thank you for being the grown-up Mom won't be, and that, more than anything, tells me I'm doing the right thing. Karma, it turns out, has impeccable timing and a wicked sense of humor. What do you mean you can't refund the deposit? Kylie's voice carries through the house as she paces, phone pressed to her ear. No, you don't understand. I need that money for a new apartment. I sip my coffee, watching her unravel from the kitchen. The Crystal Bay Resort representative on the other end keeps repeating the same thing. Non-refundable means non-refundable. But it's $4,000. Her voice cracks. This is ridiculous. Let me speak to your manager. Nora slides onto the bar stool next to me. Mom's been on the phone all morning. I noticed. I push a plate of toast toward her. How are you holding up? Better than her. Nora nods toward Kylie, who's now threatening legal action. All her friends stopped calling after your post. Even Tyler blocked her. The evidence I shared hit harder than expected. Screenshots of Kylie's bragging texts, bank statements showing her hidden savings, the recording of her mocking my generosity. One by one, her supporters vanished. This is all your fault. Kylie storms into the kitchen, phone clutched like a weapon. You knew about the booking when you served that eviction notice. Just like you knew about your savings when you claimed poverty. I raise an eyebrow. Karma's interesting that way. I have to find a place in less than a month. That deposit was supposed to be your first month's rent. I finish. Guess you'll have to dip into those secret savings after all. Her face crumples. I don't have any savings left. I spent it all on the trip, the shopping sprees, the salon visits. Nora quietly slips away, leaving us alone. The girls need stability. Kylie tries, switching tactics. You can't just... Don't. My voice is steel. Don't you dare use them as shields again. My phone buzzes. A text from Vincent. Court date set for alimony review. Your evidence is very interesting to my lawyer. Kylie's phone chimes too. Her face goes pale as she reads the message. Vincent's reducing the alimony. She whispers. He can't do that. Actually, he can. Lying about living expenses to the court. Not your smartest move. She sinks into a chair, designer handbag sliding to the floor. What am I supposed to do? Get a job. Find an apartment. Be an adult. I have interviews lined up, she says quickly. Good ones? At... Real ones this time? I cut in. Or more lies? She deflates. I might have something at the mall, part-time. Start there. Later that evening, I find Poppy crying in her room. I don't want to leave, Aunt Maria. I sit beside her on the bed. Sometimes changes are hard, sweetie, but necessary. Can't we stay with you instead of Mom? The question hits like a punch to the gut. That's not how it works, Pops. But Mom's always angry now. She keeps saying mean things about you on the phone. I hug her close, feeling her small shoulders shake. Your Mum's going through a tough time, but she loves you. Not as much as she loves shopping. Nora says from the doorway. I found more hidden bags in her closet. Designer stuff, tags still on. My phone buzzes again. A group text from family members. Saw Kylie at the mall, filling out applications. Never thought we'd see the day. Another text follows. Remember when she claimed she couldn't work because of trauma from the divorce? While planning luxury vacations. The family tide has turned. Every lie exposed, every manipulation revealed. Kylie's carefully constructed victim narrative crumbling like a sandcastle at high tide. That night, I hear her crying in her room. Part of me wants to comfort her, the big sister part that's been protecting her since we were kids. But that's what got us here. You okay? Tessa asks when I call her. She's looking at studio apartments now, I say. Reality's hitting hard. Good. Let it hit. The girls are struggling, though. The girls are seeing consequences in action. Tessa corrects. That's not a bad lesson. After we hang up, I check my email. A message from Crystal Bay Resort confirms they've filled Kylie's cancelled room. No refund possible. Her dream vacation transformed into someone else's getaway. Another email arrives from Vincent's lawyer, requesting a formal statement about Kylie's living arrangements and expenses. The truth she tried to bury, coming back to bury her instead. Karma, with its perfect timing. I close my laptop and listen to the quiet sounds of my house. Kylie's stopped crying. The girls are asleep. Tomorrow she'll look at more apartments, fill out more applications, face more consequences, and I'll watch, not with satisfaction, but with the heavy knowledge that sometimes love means letting someone fall, even if that someone is your sister. Moving day arrives without fanfare. No tearful goodbyes, no dramatic scenes. Just Kylie silently loading boxes into her newly leased Honda Civic, a far cry from the luxury SUV she'd been eyeing last month. Need help? I ask, watching her struggle with a particularly heavy box. I've got it. Her voice is flat, defeated. The designer sunglasses are gone, replaced by dark circles under her eyes. Nora appears with her backpack. Mom, where should I put my stuff? In the car, honey. We need to get going before rush hour. I catch Nora's arm as she passes. You know you can visit any time, right? She hugs me tight. Promise you won't change the Netflix password? Promise. Poppy runs down the stairs, clutching a drawing. Aunt Maria, I made this for you. The paper shows 3 stick figures, me, Nora, and Poppy, standing in front of my house. Kylie isn't in the picture. It's beautiful, Pops. I hug her, catching Kylie's pained expression over her shoulder. We should go, Kylie says quietly. The landlord's waiting with the keys. Her new place is a 2-bedroom apartment above a laundromat. The rent matches her part-time mall salary, with Vincent's reduced alimony covering utilities. No more luxury shopping. No more spa days. As she loads the last box, she pauses. I never thought it would end like this. It doesn't have to be an ending. She laughs bitterly. Right, because you'll totally forgive me after everything. Forgiveness isn't the same as forgetting. I cross my arms. Or enabling. Mom! Poppy calls from the car. Can we get ice cream on the way? Not today, sweetie. We need to save money for... She stops, reality hitting her again. No more impulse treats. No more casual spending. I could take them for ice cream, I offer. Give you time to unpack. Why are you being nice to me? Her voice cracks. After everything I did? Because you're still my sister, and they're still my nieces. I meet her eyes. But this time there are boundaries. My phone buzzes. A text from Wesley. Great work on the quarterly report. Whatever was distracting you seems resolved. The girls have my number, I tell Kylie. They can call any time. She nods, tears finally falling. I really messed up, didn't I? Yes, but you can fix it. Start with them. I gesture to the girls in the car. Show them their mother can change. Later that evening, my house feels eerily quiet. No teenage music, no Disney movies, no midnight phone calls. Just peace. My phone chimes. A message from Nora. Mom actually cooked dinner. It was terrible, but she tried. Another text follows. She also applied for a full-time position at the mall, assistant manager training. I smile, remembering Kylie's words about being too good for retail work. Amazing what reality can teach you. The doorbell rings. It's Tessa with takeout and wine. So, she says, settling on my couch, how does it feel to have your house back? Quiet. I pour the wine. Almost too quiet. Having second thoughts? No. I'm surprised by how much I mean it. Just adjusting. My phone buzzes again. A text from Vincent. Kylie asked about financial planning courses at the community college. Whatever you did, it worked. You know, Tessa says, reading over my shoulder, this could have gone very differently. How so? You could have kept enabling her. Let her stay. Let her drain you dry. Like Mom did? Exactly. She raises her glass. 2 breaking cycles. Another text arrives, this time from Kylie. The girls miss you. Maybe Sunday dinner next week? I'll cook. Or try to. I show Tessa the message. You going to go? I think about Nora's determined face, about Poppy's drawings, about Kylie finally facing reality. Yes, I reply to the text, but I'll bring back up lasagna. Kylie's response is immediate. Fair enough. I have a lot to make up for. At least she knows it now, Tessa observes. I walk to my window, looking out at my quiet street. No more designer shopping bags littering the driveway. No more late-night gossip calls. No more lies. You know what the hardest part was? I turn back to Tessa. Not the confrontation, not the eviction. It was realizing that sometimes love means watching someone struggle. And the easiest part? I smile, thinking of Nora's text about dinner, of Poppy's drawing, of Kylie finally growing up, sleeping through the night. I say, knowing I didn't burn the bridge, I just stopped letting her cross without paying the toll. My phone buzzes one last time. A photo from Nora, Kylie surrounded by moving boxes, actually unpacking instead of shopping online. The caption reads, Progress? I text back, progress, because sometimes that's enough.
The invitation sat on my desk like a ticking bomb, its cream-colored envelope mocking me with elegant gold lettering. Celebrating Beckett's recovery. I wanted to tear it into 1,000 pieces, but my hands were shaking too much. My name is Kylie, and 3 months ago I had $87,132 in my college fund. Today I have exactly $0 and a family who thinks I should be happy about it. You're not still upset about this, are you? Mom stood in my doorway, wringing her hands like she always does when she's nervous. Honey, he could have died. I kept staring at the invitation, remembering all those weekends I spent working at the coffee shop, every birthday check from Grandma, every summer job since I was 15. You could have asked me first, I whispered. There wasn't time. The hospital needed— Don't. I spun around in my chair. Don't tell me there wasn't time. You had 3 days while he was stable before they needed payment. 3 days, Mom. She stepped into my room, her eyes landing on the art supplies scattered across my desk. The acceptance letter from the Art Institute of Chicago was still pinned to my bulletin board, though it didn't matter anymore. I couldn't afford to go. Your cousin needed emergency surgery. What were we supposed to do? Maybe ask his own parents, or take out a loan, or, I don't know, talk to me about using my entire future? The doorbell rang, saving Mom from responding. Moments later, I heard Natalia's voice downstairs, followed by her familiar footsteps bounding up to my room. "Hey, Mrs. V," she said, squeezing past my mother. "Mind if I steal Kylie for a bit?" Mom retreated, and Natalia closed the door behind her. "You look like hell." "Thanks, really needed that today. Saw Beckett at the grocery store," she said, flopping onto my bed. "He's looking good, almost like he didn't just steal your entire college fund." I threw a pencil at her. "Not helping." "You know what's really messed up?" Natalia sat up, her expression serious. "He doesn't even know. I heard him talking about how grateful he is for family support during his recovery, but he has no idea it was your money." That hit me like a punch to the gut. "What?" "Yeah, he was telling everyone how his aunt and uncle helped cover the bills. Your parents never told him where the money actually came from." I grabbed my phone, pulling up the photos from last Christmas. There was Beckett, arm around my shoulders, both of us laughing as I showed him my portfolio. He'd been so excited about my art school plans. "They're throwing him a party," I said, holding up the invitation. "A celebration of his miraculous recovery, paid for with my dreams. Are you going?" "Haven't decided." I turned back to my desk, where my latest artwork sat unfinished. It was supposed to be my submission piece for a scholarship, but I'd lost motivation halfway through. My phone buzzed with a text from Dad. "Don't forget to RSVP for Saturday. Beckett's asking if you're coming." Natalia read the message over my shoulder. "You know what would be wild? If everyone knew the truth." "What do you mean?" "I mean, they're all celebrating like heroes while you're sitting here with your future in pieces. Maybe it's time people knew what really happened." I thought about Beckett's girlfriend, Zaylee, posting those thankful messages about family support, about my relatives sharing prayer circle updates during his recovery, about my parents accepting praise for their generosity. "I couldn't," I said, but even as the words left my mouth, something shifted inside me. "Why not? You're an artist, right? Words can be art, too. Tell your story. Make them feel what you're feeling." My hand moved to my laptop, opening a blank document. The cursor blinked at me, waiting. "It would destroy them," I said quietly. "They destroyed your dreams first." Natalia picked up the invitation, turning it over in her hands. "Sometimes the truth hurts." I started typing, the words flowing faster than I could think them through. "Dear family, you're all gathering this Saturday to celebrate a miracle, but there's something you should know about the price of that miracle." "Holy shit," Natalia breathed, reading over my shoulder. "Are you really going to do this?" I paused, my fingers hovering over the keyboard. The party was in 3 days. Everyone would be there. Aunts, uncles, cousins, family friends. All of them ready to celebrate while my college acceptance letter gathered dust. "Maybe it's time for my own miracle," I said, and kept typing. The cursor blinked, waiting for more words, more truth. Outside my window, the sun was setting, painting my room in shades of gold, the same color as that damn invitation. I looked at my art supplies, at my empty bank account statement, at the family photos on my wall. Sometimes karma needs a little push. The smell of Mom's enchiladas usually made everything better, but tonight it just turned my stomach. I pushed the food around my plate, watching my parents exchange worried glances across the dining table. "I talked to the community college today," Dad said, breaking the silence. "They have some great art programs and—" "Stop!" I set my fork down with a clank. "Just stop!" "Kylie, we're trying to help," Mom pleaded. "There are other options." "Other options?" I laughed, but it came out harsh and bitter. "Like what? Starting over from zero while watching Beckett celebrate his recovery with my money?" Dad's face reddened. "That's not fair. He's family." "And what am I?" I stood up, my chair scraping against the floor. "Because last time I checked, I was your daughter. But I guess that means less than being the cool aunt and uncle who saved the day." "Sit down." Dad's voice hardened. "We're not done discussing this." "Oh, now you want to discuss things? That's rich." I pulled out my phone, showing them the latest Facebook post from Aunt Maria. "Look at this. So grateful for my amazing brother and sister-in-law who helped save my son. The comments are full of people calling you saints." Mom reached for my hand, but I pulled away. "Honey, please understand." "Did you even consider telling them the truth?" I demanded. "Or were you too busy enjoying all the praise?" "It wasn't like that," Dad protested. "We were protecting you." "Protecting me? From what?" "From the family thinking you're selfish." The words burst from Mom like she'd been holding them back for weeks. "If everyone knew you refused to help Beckett—" "Refused?" My voice cracked. "I never got the chance to refuse or agree because you never asked me." The doorbell rang, making us all jump. Through the window, I saw Gareth's car in our driveway. Great. Just what we needed. An audience. Dad went to answer the door while Mom and I stayed locked in our standoff. "Hey, sorry to interrupt," Gareth's voice carried from the hallway. "Left my jacket here yesterday." He appeared in the dining room doorway, taking in the scene, the untouched food, Mom's tears, my clenched fists. "I should go," he said quickly. "No, stay," I said, surprising myself. "Maybe you can help explain something to my parents. You're objective, right?" "Kylie, don't," Mom warned. "If someone took your life savings without asking," I pressed on, "and then expected you to celebrate with them, would you just smile and pretend everything's fine?" Gareth looked uncomfortable, but he didn't back down. "Actually, I heard about what happened. From Zaylee." That stopped me cold. "What?" "She mentioned the college fund thing yesterday. Said Beckett's been trying to figure out how to talk to you about it." "He knows?" Mom's voice was barely a whisper. "Found out last week," Gareth confirmed. "He's pretty torn up about it." "Good," I spat. "He should be." "Kylie," Dad started. "No." I slammed my hand on the table, making the plates rattle. "You don't get to make me feel guilty about this. You're the ones who should feel guilty. You stole my future and gave it to someone else without even telling them where it came from." "We didn't steal," Mom began. "What would you call it then?" I pulled out my phone again, this time opening my banking app. "Want to see the withdrawal notification? The one that came while I was at work. Or how about we look at my art school acceptance letter again?" "There will be other opportunities," Dad said weakly. "Like community college?" I laughed again, that same horrible sound. "While Beckett gets to keep his job, his apartment, his life, all paid for with my sacrifice?" Gareth cleared his throat. "Maybe I should—" "Tell them what Zaylee said," I demanded. "Tell them how Beckett really feels, knowing what they did." Gareth hesitated, looking between my parents. "He said he would have refused if he'd known. Said he'd rather have the debt than know his cousin lost her dreams because of him." Mom started crying harder. Dad just stood there, looking old and defeated. "I'm going to Natalia's," I announced, grabbing my keys. "Don't wait up." Kylie, please, Mom called after me. We can figure this out as a family. I stopped at the door, turning back one last time. Family doesn't steal from family, and they definitely don't throw a party to celebrate it. As I drove away, my phone lit up with a text from Natalia. Did you finish the letter? I thought about the document sitting on my laptop, full of raw truth and pain. Almost, I typed back. Just need to decide how to end it. The answer came quickly. End it with the truth. All of it. Let karma do the rest. Read it again, Natalia said, sprawled across her bedroom floor. We'd been at this for hours, tweaking every word of my letter. Dear family, I began, then stopped. Maybe I should make it Dear Everyone instead, since we're posting it online? Keep it as family, makes it more personal, more brutal. Natalia sat up, grabbing a bag of chips. Keep going. I cleared my throat and continued reading. While you're all celebrating this Saturday, I thought you should know the real cost of this miracle. That college fund you've been praising my parents about? It wasn't theirs to give. It was mine. Every dollar I saved since I was 15, gone without my knowledge or consent. My phone buzzed. Another text from Beckett. The fifth one today. I ignored it. The part about the art school acceptance is really good, Natalia said. Read that again. Before I could, someone knocked on her bedroom door. Gareth poked his head in. Your mom let me in, he said. Thought I might find you here. I closed my laptop. If my parents sent you, they didn't. He sat down on Natalia's desk chair. But I did talk to Beckett. I don't want to hear it. You might. He pulled out his phone. He showed me something interesting, his insurance documents. Natalia sat up straighter. What about them? The surgery was covered, 80% of it anyway. Gareth looked at me. Your parents didn't need your entire fund. They could have taken out a loan for the remaining amount. The room went silent. My hands started shaking. Show me, I demanded. He handed over his phone. There it was in black and white. The insurance coverage, the remaining balance, everything. They didn't just take my dreams, I whispered. They took more than they even needed. Keep reading, Natalia urged, pointing at my laptop. I want to hear the rest. I opened it again, scrolling past the parts we'd already reviewed. I'm not writing this for sympathy or revenge. I'm writing this because the truth matters. Because while you're all celebrating how family comes together in times of need, remember that some family members didn't get a choice. Remember that your miracle came at the cost of someone else's future. Damn, Gareth whispered. Too much? I asked. No, he said. Not enough. My phone buzzed again. This time it was Zaylee. Can we talk, please? Add the insurance info, Natalia said. Show them exactly how unnecessary this was. I started typing, but memories kept flooding back. Beckett teaching me to drive. Us sharing headphones on family road trips. Him defending my art when Uncle Rob said it wasn't a real career. I can't do this, I said, closing the laptop. Yes, you can, Natalia insisted. They need to know. But what if what? She stood up, pacing. What if they feel bad? Good. What if the family judges them? They should. What if it changes everything? I cut in. What if there's no coming back from this? Gareth leaned forward. Things already changed when they took your money. At least this way, it's on your terms. My phone lit up with a text from Mom. Please come home. We need to talk. You know what's funny? I said, opening my laptop again. I always thought Beckett was like my brother. Turns out he was just the favorite child, and he's not even their kid. I started typing again, adding the insurance information. The words flowed easier now, fueled by this new betrayal. So enjoy the party, I read aloud as I typed. Celebrate the miracle, but know that every smile, every congratulation, every moment of joy comes with a price tag. my price tag, and unlike all of you, I never got to choose if I was willing to pay it. Post it, Natalia said immediately. Wait, Gareth held up a hand. Are you sure, once this is out there? They should have thought about that before they stole from their own daughter. Natalia grabbed my laptop, finger hovering over the post button. Ready? I thought about my empty bank account, about my art supplies gathering dust, about the community college brochures Dad left on my bed. Do it! Natalia clicked post. For a moment, nothing happened. Then my phone started buzzing, text after text, notification after notification. It's spreading, Natalia whispered, watching the share count climb. Holy shit, it's really spreading. I picked up my phone, opening Beckett's last message. I never wanted this. I'm so sorry. Too late, I typed back. The truth's out now. Hope the party's worth it. Gareth stood up. Want me to drive you home? I shook my head, watching the comments pour in. No, I think I'll let karma do its work first. The post count hit 100 shares, then 500, then 1,000. The truth was finally out there, and there was no taking it back now. I hadn't expected the art community to be the ones who cared the most. But here I was, staring at my inbox flooded with messages from artists, gallery owners, and even a few professors from the Art Institute of Chicago. Look at this one, Natalia said, scrolling through my phone. As a gallery owner, I'm appalled by your story. Art shouldn't be sacrificed for family politics. DM me. We should talk about showcasing your work. My laptop pinged with another email notification. That's the third scholarship offer today. I mumbled, still in disbelief. The doorbell rang. I froze, but Natalia jumped up to check the window. It's Beckett, she whispered, and he looks terrible. I'm not here. Your car's in the driveway. He knows you're here. The doorbell rang again, more insistent this time. I could hear him calling my name. Kylie, please, we need to talk. Natalia squeezed my hand. Want me to tell him to leave? Before I could answer, my phone lit up with a new message from the Art Institute. Regarding your situation, emergency scholarship committee meeting tomorrow. The doorbell kept ringing. Fine, I snapped, storming downstairs. I yanked the door open. What? Beckett stood there, pale and shaking. His surgery scar was still visible above his collar. You could have told me. Like you told me about the insurance coverage? He flinched. I only found out about that yesterday, right before your post went viral. Convenient timing. Can I come in, please? I stepped aside, letting him enter. Natalia hovered at the top of the stairs, watching. I saw your portfolio online, he said quietly. The one you submitted to Chicago. It's amazing, Kylie. You really should be there right now. Yeah, well, someone's medical bills got in the way. I talked to my parents this morning. He sat heavily on the couch. They're mortified, said they offered to take out a loan, but Aunt Taya and Uncle Ian insisted on handling it themselves. My hands started shaking again. What? They never needed your money, not all of it anyway. He pulled out his phone, showing me texts from his parents. Mom and Dad had already figured out a payment plan with the hospital. Your parents just took over. The room started spinning. But they said there wasn't time, that it was an emergency. The emergency was the surgery. The payment plan came after. He looked up at me, eyes red. I would never have accepted if I'd known, Kylie. You have to believe that. My laptop pinged again upstairs. Another message, another opportunity born from my viral post. People are offering me scholarships, I said. Galleries want to show my work. All because I told the truth. Good. He stood up. You deserve it. All of it. The party's tomorrow. I know. I called it off. That stopped me. What? Can't exactly celebrate now, can I? He attempted a smile. Not when everyone knows the cost. Natalia came downstairs, her phone in hand. Kylie, you need to see this. Your post just got shared by that famous artist you follow, the one with millions of followers. My phone started buzzing non-stop. Messages, comments, shares. I have to go, Beckett said. But Kylie, I really am sorry, and I'm going to make this right. How? I don't know yet, but I will. He headed for the door, then paused. Check your email in an hour. My girlfriend's sister works for an art scholarship foundation. She wants to help. After he left, Natalia and I sat in silence, watching the notifications pour in. Holy shit, she finally said. Your revenge just turned into your big break. My phone rang, Mom calling for the 20th time today. I declined it. What are you going to do about tomorrow? Natalia asked. The party might be canceled, but people will still talk. Let them talk. I opened my laptop, clicking on the latest scholarship email. I'm done being the family secret. Your parents made their choice. I started filling out the scholarship application. Now I'm making mine. My phone buzzed with a text from Gareth. Just saw your story on the news. Local station wants to interview you. Then another from Zaylee. Beckett's telling everyone the truth. The whole family's imploding. And finally, one from Dad. We never meant to hurt you. Please, let us explain. I looked at Natalia. Think karma works this fast usually? She grinned. Only when it has help from viral social media posts. My laptop pinged again. Another gallery reaching out. Another opportunity rising from the ashes of my stolen dreams. Sometimes, I said, typing out a response, the best revenge is success. And for the first time since discovering my empty bank account, I felt something like hope. The house looked different now, with all the party decorations taken down. A few deflated balloons still littered the front yard, and a congratulations banner hung crookedly over the garage. I sat in my car, watching relatives arrive one by one, not for a celebration anymore, but for what Mom called an emergency family meeting. You don't have to go in, Natalia said from the passenger seat. You've made your point. My phone lit up with another message from the Art Institute. Scholarship confirmed. Please respond to accept. Actually, I said, grabbing my portfolio from the back seat, I think I do. We walked in without knocking. The living room was packed. Aunts, uncles, cousins, all talking in hushed voices that died the moment I entered. Mom and Dad sat on the couch, looking small and tired. Beckett stood by the window with Zaylee. Well, Uncle Rob broke the silence. Look who decided to air our dirty laundry to the whole world. Rob, Aunt Maria warned, but he continued. You couldn't handle this privately? Had to make us all look bad? I dropped my portfolio on the coffee table with a loud thud. Funny how you're more worried about looking bad than actually being bad. Kylie, Mom started, but I cut her off. No, let's talk about looking bad. I pulled out my phone, opening the viral post. Should I read the comments? The ones calling you thieves? Or maybe the ones praising Beckett's miraculous recovery while pointing out how you sacrificed your daughter's future for it? That's enough, Dad said. Is it? Because I just got offered a full scholarship. I turned to face everyone. Turns out, when you tell the truth about injustice, people actually want to help. Beckett stepped forward. Show them the portfolio, Kylie. I opened it, spreading my artwork across the coffee table. Paintings, sketches, digital designs, everything that could have been developed at art school. This is what you stole from me, I said quietly. Not just money, but opportunity, growth, dreams. We were trying to save a life, Mom whispered. With a payment plan that already existed, I shot back. Beckett told me everything. His parents had it handled, but you just had to play the heroes, didn't you? Aunt Maria stood up. We offered to take the loan. They insisted because they wanted the praise. I was shouting now, years of hurt pouring out. They wanted everyone to think they saved the day, and my future was just collateral damage. That's not true, Dad protested. Then why didn't you tell anyone where the money came from? Zaylee spoke up, surprising everyone. Why let everyone believe it was your money? The room went quiet again. I have something to say, Beckett announced. He pulled out an envelope. This is a contract. I'm selling my car and my gaming setup. It's not enough to replace everything, but it's a start. Beckett, no, I began. Yes, he handed me the envelope. And I'm taking that loan my parents originally planned on. Every penny is going to you. Mom started crying. Dad just stared at the floor. The Art Institute wants me to start next semester, I said, my voice steady. Thanks to the scholarship that came from telling the truth you all tried to hide. So that's it? Uncle Rob demanded. You get your money back and we're just supposed to forget how you humiliated this family? No. I picked up my portfolio. You're supposed to remember. Remember that actions have consequences. Remember that family means protecting everyone, not just the person you choose to save. Natalia squeezed my hand as more relatives started talking all at once, arguing about loyalty and privacy and family honor. I have one more announcement, I said over the noise. That gallery downtown, they're showing my work next month, all pieces about family, betrayal, and karma. I looked directly at my parents. I hope you'll all come see what your choices inspired. Kylie, please. Mom reached for me, but I stepped back. The truth set me free, I said, and it got me exactly where I needed to be. So thank you, all of you. This family taught me that sometimes the worst betrayals lead to the best opportunities. I turned to leave, but Beckett called after me. Will you ever forgive us? Looking back at my broken family, my crying mother, my defeated father, my angry relatives, I managed a small smile. Ask me again when I graduate from art school. Walking out felt like breathing fresh air after being underwater. My phone buzzed with another message from the gallery owner. Your story resonates with so many. Can't wait to show the world your art. Ready to go? Natalia asked as we got back in the car. I looked at the house one last time, at the crooked congratulations banner and the deflated balloons. Yeah, I said. I think I finally am. Your story has over 1 million views now, Natalia announced, scrolling through her phone. We were setting up my pieces at the gallery, preparing for tomorrow's opening night. The comments are wild. People are planning to fly in just to see your work. I stepped back from hanging my centerpiece, a large canvas depicting empty hands reaching for scattered dollar bills that transformed into origami birds taking flight. Ms. Reynolds wants to see you, one of the gallery assistants called from the doorway. In her office. I found the gallery owner reviewing some paperwork. She looked up as I entered, gesturing for me to sit. We have a situation, she said, turning her laptop toward me. Your family's been calling, repeatedly. They're demanding we cancel the show. My stomach dropped. They can't do that. Of course not. But, she hesitated. They're threatening legal action. Something about defamation. The truth isn't defamation. I know, and we're still going forward. She smiled. Actually, that's not why I called you in. This came for you. She handed me an envelope with an international postmark. Inside was a letter from one of the most prestigious art schools in Paris. They saw your story, Ms. Reynolds explained, and your portfolio. They're offering you a spot in their program, full scholarship, including living expenses. My hands started shaking. Paris? Sometimes karma works in mysterious ways, she winked, though I suspect viral social media posts help too. My phone buzzed, Beckett calling. Again, I declined it. Your family might try to show up tomorrow, she warned. Security's been briefed. Let them come, I said, clutching the Paris letter. Let them see exactly what their actions created. Back in the gallery, Natalia was talking to a reporter. Yeah, that's her, she said as I approached. The artist herself. Ms. Vasquez, the reporter turned to me, recorder in hand. Your story has sparked quite a debate about family obligations versus personal dreams. Any comment? Before I could answer, the gallery door chimed. Beckett walked in, followed by Zaley. We need to talk, he said, ignoring the reporter. It's important. I nodded to the reporter. Excuse me. We moved to a quiet corner, where my smallest piece hung, a simple sketch of a broken piggy bank with tears instead of coins spilling out. Mom and Dad are falling apart, Beckett said quietly. The whole family is taking sides. Some are calling them thieves, others are calling you ungrateful. It's getting ugly. Not my problem. They're talking about selling their house, Zaley added, to pay you back. That hit me hard. What? Your post didn't just go viral in the art world, Beckett explained. Local businesses are boycotting Dad's company. Mom's preschool lost students. Their reputation is destroyed. They destroyed my future first, I snapped, but my voice wavered. I know, but... He pulled out his phone, showing me a local news article. Is this what you wanted? The headline read, Local family faces community backlash after daughter's viral post exposes financial betrayal. I wanted the truth to come out, I said. Well, it's out, and it's doing more damage than anyone expected. He looked around at my artwork. You're getting everything you wanted, scholarships, gallery shows, opportunities. Maybe it's time to what? Forgive and forget? To show mercy, Zaley said softly, before there's nothing left to save. My phone buzzed again, Ms. Reynolds texting about tomorrow's opening. Then another message popped up from an unknown number. Your story inspired me to stand up to my own toxic family. Thank you. I can't take it back, I said finally, and I won't. We're not asking you to, Beckett replied, but maybe there's a way to move forward, all of us. I looked at my artwork surrounding us, each piece telling the story of betrayal, loss, and ultimately triumph. The Paris school wants me, I said suddenly. Full scholarship. Beckett's eyes widened. Paris? That's amazing. Yeah, it is. I turned to face him fully. Tell Mom and Dad to keep their house. Tell them I don't want their money anymore. I found my own way out. And the posts? The interviews? I touched the frame of my broken piggy bank sketch. The truth stays up, but maybe I can tell a different part of it now, about healing, about moving forward. Zaley squeezed my arm. That's all anyone can ask for. The gallery door chimed again. This time it was Gareth, carrying a large envelope. You're going to want to see this, he called out. Another offer just came in. This one's big. I looked at my cousin, at the art surrounding us, at the future unfolding in unexpected ways. Karma's not just about punishment, I said quietly. Sometimes it's about transformation, too. Beckett nodded, understanding. Go, see what karma brought you now. I walked toward Gareth, leaving my family drama captured in paint and canvas behind me, ready to see what the next chapter would bring. The gallery buzzed with voices and camera flashes. Every piece had a red sold sticker, and Ms. Reynolds couldn't stop smiling. But I kept staring at the 2 empty chairs in the front row, the seats I'd reserved for my parents. They're not coming, Natalia said gently, handing me a glass of champagne. But look who did. Through the crowd, I spotted Beckett talking to a group of art critics. He was showing them something on his phone, probably the payment plan he'd set up to slowly repay my college fund. Ready for your speech? Ms. Reynolds appeared at my elbow. The Paris school representatives are especially eager to hear from you. I nodded, gripping my note cards. As I made my way to the small podium, someone slipped in through the back door. Mom, then Dad. They stood awkwardly by the exit, looking lost among the art crowd. "Good evening," I began, my voice shaking slightly. "A month ago, I thought my dreams were over." The room fell silent, cameras flashed. "But sometimes," I continued, "when one door closes, 100 others open. My art has always been about truth, raw, uncomfortable truth. And when I shared my truth with the world answered back." I saw Mom wiping her eyes, Dad holding her hand. "Today, I'm announcing that I'll be attending l'École des Beaux-Arts in Paris this fall. My entire education will be funded by their international scholarship program." Applause erupted. Someone whistled. Probably Natalia. "I'm also pleased to announce that 50% of tonight's proceeds will be donated to a new scholarship fund for artists facing financial hardship, because sometimes—" I paused, looking directly at my parents. "Sometimes healing means helping others avoid the pain you experienced." More applause. Mom took a step forward but stopped, uncertain. "And finally," I said, setting aside my cards, "I want to talk about family." The room got very quiet. My story went viral because it touched a nerve. The complex, messy reality of family obligations versus personal dreams. But while my art captures the pain of betrayal, it also shows something else. Transformation. Beckett moved closer to the podium, nodding encouragingly. "My cousin taught me that true family means acknowledging mistakes and working to make them right. My parents—" My voice cracked. "My parents taught me that sometimes people make terrible decisions with good intentions. And I learned that while forgiveness doesn't erase the past, it can build a bridge to the future." Dad wrapped his arm around Mom's shoulders as she cried silently. "So, yes, this is a story about betrayal, but it's also a story about resilience, about finding strength in vulnerability, and about the unexpected ways karma works in our lives." After the applause died down and people returned to viewing the art, my parents finally approached. "We saw the article," Mom said quietly, "about us selling the house." "Don't," I replied. "I meant what I said about transformation. I don't need your money anymore." "We're so proud of you," Dad whispered, "even though we don't deserve to be." "Actually," Beckett interrupted, joining us with a folder in his hand, "I have something for all of us to sign." He opened it, revealing a legal document. "What's this?" I asked. "A formal agreement, my payment plan, Mom and Dad's house staying in their name, and—" He pulled out another paper. "A contract with that tech company that wants to turn your story into a documentary series." "What?" Mom gasped. "Turns out," Beckett smiled, "Kylie's art isn't the only thing people want to invest in. They want the whole story, betrayal, redemption, all of it. But they'll only do it if everyone agrees to participate." I stared at the contract. The number of zeros in the offered payment made my head spin. "Split 5 ways," Beckett continued. "You, me, your parents, and a portion for the scholarship fund you just announced." "I don't know," Mom started. "It's time," Dad cut in. "Time to tell the whole truth from all sides. We owe her that much." Ms. Reynolds appeared with a pen. "The Paris representatives want to meet you, Kylie, and there's a gallery owner from London asking about international showings." I looked at my family, broken but somehow healing, damaged but transforming. Then at my art on the walls, each piece telling part of our story. "Okay," I said, taking the pen, "let's show the world what real family healing looks like." As we all signed, Natalia snapped a photo. "For the documentary," she grinned. Later, standing among my sold-out show, watching my parents awkwardly but earnestly talking to art critics, seeing Beckett proudly explaining my work to potential investors, I realized something profound. Sometimes the greatest art comes from our deepest wounds. And sometimes the most powerful revenge isn't about destroying others. It's about rebuilding yourself into something stronger, something unstoppable. Karma had done its work, but not in the way I'd expected. It hadn't just brought justice, it had brought transformation for all of us. Ready? Natalia asked, adjusting my scarf against the Paris winter. We stood outside l'École des Beaux-Arts, where my latest exhibition was about to open. Almost. I checked my phone. A text from Beckett. Documentary crew is set up. Family's all here. Even Uncle Rob came around. The exhibition space looked perfect. Each wall told part of our story through my art, from the original broken piggy bank sketch to my newest piece, a massive canvas showing a family tree with roots made of golden light, branches intertwined with darkness and hope. "They're ready for you," Ms. Reynolds called from inside. She'd flown in specially for this show, along with half my family. I took one last look at my phone, at the latest comment on my viral post. "Your story changed how I view family obligations. Thank you for showing us that healing is possible." Inside, camera crews set up their final shots for the documentary's closing segment. Mom and Dad stood by my centerpiece, a sculpture of hands releasing origami birds, each one carrying a different message: trust, betrayal, forgiveness, growth. "This is extraordinary," Dad said as I approached. He wasn't talking about just the art. "The scholarship fund helped 15 artists this semester," I told him. 3 of them are showing their work here tonight. Mom touched one of the origami birds. "Is this one new? I don't remember it from before." "Read it," I said softly. She carefully turned the paper bird, revealing the word family. "Kylie?" Beckett called from across the room. "The dean wants to start soon, and Zaylee says the live stream is ready for everyone back home." I watched the gallery fill with people: art critics, students, family members who'd flown in, and those watching virtually. The documentary crew positioned their cameras. "Before we begin," I announced, stepping to the center of the room, "I want to share something. When I first posted about my family's betrayal, I thought I was ending a chapter. Instead, I was starting a whole new story." The cameras rolled as I continued. "This exhibition isn't called betrayal or revenge or even justice. It's called transformation, because that's what really happened to all of us." I gestured to the family tree painting. "My parents transformed from people who thought they were saving one child to understanding they were hurting another. My cousin transformed from someone who benefited from my loss to becoming my strongest advocate for making things right." Beckett smiled, squeezing Zaylee's hand. "And I transformed too, from a victim to a voice, from lost dreams to new opportunities, from seeking revenge to finding purpose." Mom stepped forward suddenly. "We have something to show you too." She nodded to Dad, who pulled out an envelope. "What's this?" I asked. "Open it." Inside was a deed to a small storefront in our hometown. "I don't understand." "It's an art gallery," Dad explained. "Your gallery, for when you're ready to come home sometimes, to help other artists tell their stories. We used the money we were going to spend paying you back," Mom added, "since you wouldn't take it directly." The documentary crew zoomed in as I stared at the deed. "The scholarship students can show there too," Beckett suggested. "Make it a space for healing through art." "Like you did," Natalia added. I looked around the room, at my art telling our story, at the family who broke me and then helped rebuild me, at the opportunities that grew from the ashes of betrayal. "The gallery opens next month," Dad said, "if you want it." "On one condition," I replied, pulling out my latest sketch. "This is the first piece to be displayed." They leaned in to look. It showed our family photo, the one from before everything happened, but reimagined. The figures were connected by golden threads, broken in places but mended with stronger, brighter lines. It's called second chances, I explained. Mom hugged me, then Dad, then Beckett. The cameras captured it all. Ready to open the doors? Ms. Reynolds asked. There's quite a crowd waiting. I looked at my family, at my art, at the life I'd built from broken dreams. Yes, I said, let's show them what transformation really looks like. As the doors opened and people flooded in, I realized something. Karma hadn't just given me justice, it had given me purpose. And maybe that was the greatest transformation of all. The documentary crew filmed as I cut the ribbon, officially opening the exhibition. Behind me, my family stood united, transformed, ready to write our next chapter together. Not as victims and betrayers, but as people who learned that sometimes the deepest wounds can create the most beautiful art. And sometimes the longest journeys lead you exactly where you need to be.
I used to believe that love was built on trust, like a house with a solid foundation. Now I know better. Sometimes the prettiest houses hide the deepest cracks. My name is Georgia, and 6 months ago, I thought I had it all. A loving husband, a beautiful home in Boston's suburbs, and the kind of comfortable life that made my college friends joke about how I'd won at adulting. Mark and I had been married for 5 years, and every morning started the same way. Him bringing me coffee in bed, kissing my forehead, and asking about my plans for the day. That particular morning seemed no different. "You're going to be late for your meeting," I said, watching Mark fumble with his tie in front of our bedroom mirror. He always struggled with the Windsor knot. "Here, let me." I climbed out of bed, still in my silk pajamas, and fixed his tie with practiced ease. He smelled like that expensive cologne I'd gotten him for Christmas. "What would I do without you?" He pulled me close, his blue eyes crinkling at the corners when he smiled. Probably show up to work looking like a mess. I straightened his collar, admiring how handsome he looked in his tailored suit. Everything changed that evening. I was reviewing some client portfolios at my financial planning firm when Mark called, his voice tight with worry. "Georgia, I need to talk to you about Mom." I sat up straighter in my office chair. "Is everything okay? Can you come home early? It's serious." The drive home felt endless. When I arrived, Mark was pacing our living room, running his hands through his dark hair, something he only did when truly stressed. "Mom needs surgery," he blurted out before I could even set down my purse. "It's her heart. The doctors say it's urgent and her insurance won't cover all of it." "How much?" I asked, my stomach already nodding. 200,000. The number hit me like a physical blow. That's our entire savings. The money we were saving for the house down payment." I know, Mark's voice cracked. "But it's my mom, Georgia. She raised me alone after Dad died. I can't just..." I reached for his hand. "Hey, look at me. We'll figure this out. Family comes first, right?" He pulled me into a tight hug. "I love you so much. I'll pay you back every penny, I promise." Looking back, I should have noticed the signs. The way he avoided eye contact when discussing the hospital details. How he kept changing the subject when I asked about visiting Susan. The mysterious phone calls he'd take outside. But love makes you blind, doesn't it? 2 weeks after we transferred the money, I was having lunch with my friend Zariah at our usual spot near my office. "How's Susan doing?" she asked, stirring her iced tea. "The surgery must have been scary." "She's recovering," I said, picking at my salad. "Mark says she needs rest, so we're giving her space." Zariah's perfectly shaped eyebrows drew together. "That's weird. I could have sworn I saw her comment on Lisa's Instagram post yesterday. Something about spa recommendations." "What?" My fork clattered against the plate. "Yeah, she was asking about that new luxury resort that opened in the Berkshires. The one with the $1,000 a night rooms?" My hands felt cold suddenly. Are you sure it was her? Unless there's another Susan Blake who posts photos of herself in designer clothes and calls Mark my precious boy in every other comment. The room seemed to tilt sideways. I pulled out my phone, fingers trembling as I opened Instagram. There it was. Susan's profile public and active. No hospital gowns, no surgery recovery posts. Instead, I found selfies at high-end restaurants, shopping bags from luxury brands, and comments about upcoming spa treatments. Georgia? Zariah's voice seemed to come from far away. Are you okay? You've gone pale. I stood up so abruptly my chair scraped against the floor, drawing looks from nearby diners. I have to go. What's wrong? I grabbed my purse, nearly knocking over my water glass. I need to check something. As I rushed out of the restaurant, my phone buzzed with a text from Mark. Working late tonight, don't wait up. Love you. Another lie, another crack in our perfect little house. My hands shook as I started my car. The truth was right there, screaming at me from every perfectly filtered photo on Susan's Instagram. There was no surgery, no medical emergency, just my life savings funding my mother-in-law's luxurious lifestyle, while my husband played me for a fool. And I was done being fooled. I sat in my parked car outside our house for nearly an hour, scrolling through Susan's social media feed until my eyes burned. Each swipe revealed another betrayal. Designer handbags, spa treatments, luxury dinners. $200,000 of our money, spent on pampering instead of procedures. My phone rang, making me jump. Zariah's name flashed on the screen. Georgia, you need to see this. Her voice was tight. Susan just posted a story from the Golden Lotus Resort. The what? That new ultra-luxury spa in the Berkshires? Georgia? Mark is tagged in it. My fingers felt numb as I opened Instagram again. There it was, a boomerang of champagne glasses clinking, Mark's hand visible with his distinctive silver watch, the one I'd given him for our anniversary. He told me he was working late, I whispered. That lying piece of... Zariah caught herself. What are you going to do? I watched the boomerang loop again and again. Clink, sparkle, repeat. I'm going to pay them a visit. Want me to come with you? No. I started the car. This is something I need to do alone. At least let me book you a room there. My company has a corporate account. 20 minutes later, I was home throwing clothes into an overnight bag. My hands were steady now, anger replacing shock. I walked into our closet and pulled out the red dress Mark loved, the one I'd worn on our first date. Revenge, I decided, should look good. My phone buzzed with a text from Stefan, my boss. Taking tomorrow off? Everything okay? I hadn't even realized I'd sent him an email requesting leave. Family emergency, I replied. The real kind, not the fake kind that costs $200K. Whatever you need, but Georgia, be careful. In the kitchen, I found the receipt from our money transfer, tucked away in Mark's important documents folder. The same folder that should have contained medical bills, insurance claims, hospital paperwork. Instead, there were only spa brochures and travel magazines. My phone pinged with another Instagram notification. Susan posting again, nothing better than quality time with my boy. Shah blessed na family first luxury life. The timestamp showed it was posted 2 minutes ago. They were still there. I was halfway to the Berkshires when Zariah called again. Your room's confirmed. I got you one with a view of the main pool area. That's where most guests hang out. Thanks, I owe you. You don't owe me anything. But please record whatever goes down. For legal purposes, of course. Of course. A hint of a smile touched my lips for the first time that day. The Golden Lotus Resort rose from the countryside like a modern castle, all glass and sleek lines. The valet took my car with a practiced smile, probably wondering why I looked ready to commit murder in a cocktail dress. At the front desk, a polished young woman named Amy checked me in. Will you be joining us for the sunset yoga session? She asked, handing me my key card. Actually, I leaned in conspiratorially. I heard Susan Blake is staying here. We're old friends, and I'd love to surprise her. Amy's professional smile flickered. Oh yes, Mrs. Blake. She's been quite memorable. She and her son are usually at the infinity pool this time of day. Perfect. My room was on the 4th floor with a clear view of the pool area just as Zariah promised. I stood at the window, scanning the crowd of wealthy loungers until I spotted them. Susan, holding court in a cabana, wearing what looked like a new designer swimsuit. And Mark, my faithful husband who was working late, lounging beside her with a drink in his hand. I watched them laugh together, my hands gripping the window frame until my knuckles turned white. All those nights I'd eaten dinner alone, believing he was at the office. All those times I defended him to my friends when he missed their parties. All those dreams we'd planned together, now drowning in that infinity pool. My phone buzzed. A text from Mark. Stuck in meetings. Miss you. I took a deep breath and opened my suitcase. The red dress came out first, followed by my makeup bag. If I was going to blow up my marriage, I was going to do it looking absolutely fantastic. In the bathroom mirror, I practiced my smile, the kind that promises consequences. "Hello, darling," I whispered to my reflection. "Surprise." My hands were steady as I applied my lipstick, the same shade of red as my dress, the same shade as the rage burning through my veins. Time to crash their little party. The infinity pool sparkled in the late afternoon sun as I made my way across the deck. Guests lounged on $1,000 chairs, sipping $100 cocktails, living their best lives. In her cabana, Susan was holding court like a queen, wearing oversized sunglasses that probably cost more than my car payment. My heels clicked against the marble tiles. Click, 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 a countdown to destruction. And then I told the massage therapist, Susan was saying, that if she couldn't handle my requests, I'd speak to management about, "Hello, darling." I stepped into the shade of their cabana. Surprise. Mark choked on his drink. "Georgia? What are you doing here?" I smiled, all teeth. "Well, when I heard about this amazing resort, I just had to see it for myself, especially after that generous donation we made to your mother's medical care." Susan pushed her sunglasses up onto her forehead. "Georgia, dear, what a pleasant surprise, isn't it?" I perched on the edge of a lounger, crossing my legs slowly. "I have to say, Susan, you look remarkable for someone who just had heart surgery. What was it, 2 weeks ago?" The color drained from Mark's face. "Honey, let me explain." "Oh, please do." I pulled out my phone. "Explain how your mother needed emergency surgery, but somehow managed to post 15 poolside selfies last week. Explain how our life savings went to medical bills, yet here she is wearing a $5,000 swimsuit." A couple in the next cabana stopped their conversation to listen. "This is hardly the place," Mark started. "Actually, this is exactly the place." I stood up, my voice carrying across the pool deck. "This is where our money went, isn't it? Not to life-saving surgery, but to life-living luxury. How much was this cabana, Mark? 1,000 a day? 2? Susan sat up straighter, her perfectly manicured hands gripping her champagne glass. "Now see here." "No, you see here." I pulled up the bank transfer receipt on my phone. $200,000, our entire savings. Money we spent 5 years putting aside for our future, for the family we planned to start. More people were watching now. A woman nearby was not so subtly recording with her phone. "I needed that money," Susan snapped, dropping her socialite act. "Do you know how hard it is to maintain my lifestyle? Mark understands. He knows what his mother deserves." "Mom, please." Mark reached for her arm. "What you deserve?" I laughed, the sound sharp as broken glass. "What about what your son deserves? What about his dreams, his future? I gave him everything." Susan's voice rose. "I raised him alone. I sacrificed—" "You sacrificed nothing." I cut her off. "And now you're making him sacrifice everything. His marriage, his integrity, his—" "Georgia, stop." Mark stood up, reaching for me. "Let's talk about this privately." I stepped back. "Like how you privately discussed spending our savings with your mother. Like how you privately decided to lie to your wife for weeks." A small crowd had gathered now. I recognized some faces from Mark's social media. Business associates, country club friends, people whose opinion he valued more than his own conscience. "You don't understand," he pleaded. Your mother needed a reality check, not a blank check." I turned to address our audience. "Ladies and gentlemen, meet Mark. Loving son, terrible husband, excellent liar. And Susan, the mother who never learned the difference between loving her child and destroying him." Susan stood up so fast her champagne sloshed over the glass. "How dare you? Mark, are you going to let her speak to me this way?" But Mark just stood there looking lost between his mother and his wife, between his past and what should have been his future. "You know what the worst part is?" I stepped closer to him, close enough to smell that familiar cologne. I would have helped your mother if she really needed it. I would have found a way. But you didn't trust me enough to tell me the truth. You chose lies over love. Georgia, please. His voice cracked. I packed a bag before I came here. I reached into my purse and pulled out my house key. You can keep the house. After all, you'll need somewhere to live when your mother's spending catches up with her. I dropped the key in his champagne glass. It sank to the bottom with a soft clink. Goodbye, Mark. I hope the view from this infinity pool was worth our infinity. As I walked away, head high in my red dress, I heard Susan's shrill voice. Mark, don't just stand there. Do something. But there was nothing left to do. The truth was out, sparkling in the sunlight like the surface of that beautiful, expensive pool, and sometimes the truth is the best revenge of all. Behind me, someone started clapping. I made it halfway across the pool deck before Mark caught up with me, his bare feet slapping against the marble tiles. Georgia, wait! He grabbed my arm. You're making a scene. Making a scene? I yanked my arm free. You stole our future, and you're worried about a scene? More phones were out now, recording. A woman in designer sunglasses whispered to her companion, Isn't that Mark from the country club board? I can explain everything, he said, lowering his voice. Mom's been struggling since Dad died. She needed help maintaining her lifestyle. Maintaining her lifestyle? I laughed. Do you hear yourself? Susan appeared behind him, clutching her silk cover-up around her shoulders like armor. This is all a misunderstanding, dear. Mark was simply helping me through a difficult time. A difficult time? I pulled up her Instagram feed. Here's you at the Ritz last week, and here's your new Hermes bag. Oh, and my personal favorite, you getting a gold facial while my savings paid for it. Those treatments are necessary for my well-being, Susan sniffed. Mark understands that. Your well-being? I turned to the growing crowd. Did you all hear that? $200,000 for her well-being. Not for heart surgery, not for medical bills, for facials and handbags. A man in expensive swim trunks cleared his throat. Mark, isn't that the money you said you needed for your mother's emergency operation, when you asked to delay your contribution to the club's charity fund? Mark's face went pale. Richard, I can explain. Oh, this is getting better by the minute, I said. So you didn't just lie to me, you lied to everyone. Susan stepped forward, her perfectly painted face twisted with anger. Now, see here, you ungrateful little... Ungrateful? I cut her off. For what? For watching you spend my life savings? For believing my husband when he said his mother was dying? I never said she was dying, Mark protested weakly. No, you just implied it while you watched me empty our account. While you watched me cancel our plans for a family, for a home, for everything we dreamed about. A woman near the bar spoke up. Susan, didn't you just book the presidential suite for next month's spa retreat? Susan's face flushed. That's none of your business, Patricia. Actually, Patricia continued, I believe you invited half the club ladies. Said Mark had given you a special gift to celebrate your... What was it? Oh yes, your miraculous recovery. The whispers grew louder. Mark looked like he might be sick. Mom, he said, tell me you didn't. Of course I did. Susan's voice rose hysterically. I deserve to celebrate. After everything I've been through, raising you alone. Stop, Mark's voice cracked. Just stop. But darling, you told me you needed help with medical bills. You showed me fake documents. You made me lie to my wife, to my friends, to everyone. Susan's face hardened. I needed that money more than she did, more than your little house fund. I'm your mother. And I'm his wife, I stepped closer to her. Or at least I was, until you decided your spa treatments were more important than your son's marriage. He chose to help me. Susan jabbed a finger at my chest. He knows where his loyalty should lie. Mom! Mark grabbed her hand. That's enough. But Susan was on a roll now, her voice carrying across the silent pool deck. You think you can turn him against me? I made him everything he is. Without me, he'd be nothing. I deserve... You deserve to be arrested for fraud, a new voice cut in. We all turned to see Richard, the club member, hanging up his phone. I've just spoken to my lawyer. Using false medical documents to obtain money? That's a criminal offense. Susan's face went from red to white. You wouldn't dare. Actually, I pulled out my phone. I have copies of everything. The fake medical bills, the bank transfers, the Instagram posts proving where the money really went. I'm sure the police would find it fascinating. Mark! Susan turned to her son. Tell them they can't do this. But Mark just stood there looking at his mother like he was seeing her for the first time. How could you? He whispered. How could you make me do this? Because she knew you would, I said softly. Because she knew you'd never say no to her, no matter who it hurt, even yourself. The silence around the pool was deafening. Susan looked from face to face, finding no allies among her society friends. Even her son couldn't meet her eyes. Finally, she straightened her shoulders, adjusted her designer sunglasses, and said in a voice dripping with venom, Well, I hope you're all happy. You've ruined everything. As she stormed off toward the resort, her silk cover-up fluttering behind her like a surrender flag, I heard someone mutter, No, Susan, you did that all by yourself. The aftermath of Susan's exit felt like the calm after a storm. People began to drift away from the pool area, their whispers following them like ripples in the water. Mark stood frozen, still staring after his mother. Georgia, he finally said, his voice hollow. I never meant... Save it. I held up my hand. You meant every bit of it. You just never meant to get caught. Richard, the club member, cleared his throat. Mark, I think we need to discuss your position on the board. This kind of scandal... Scandal? A sharp laugh cut through the air. Patricia from the bar was back, phone in hand. It's already trending on local social media. Spa scam is picking up steam. Mark's face crumpled. Please, you don't understand. Oh, I understand perfectly, Patricia continued, scrolling through her phone. Your mother's been bragging about her luxury lifestyle in our group chat for weeks, always talking about how her devoted son makes it all possible. Guess we know where the money came from now. More club members gathered around, their previous deference to Mark evaporating like pool water in the sun. Didn't you just join that new private equity firm? Someone asked. The one that handles trust funds? I wonder if they know about your creative financing, another added. Mark's phone started buzzing incessantly. He pulled it out, his hands shaking. My partners are calling. Better answer it, I said. I'm sure they'd love to hear how you handle other people's money. He looked at me pleadingly. Georgia, please, we can fix this. I'll get the money back. How? I stepped closer. By stealing from someone else? By finding another lie to tell? I'll sell my car, my watches. Your mother's new handbags? I suggested sweetly. Her spa memberships? Richard's phone chimed. He glanced at it and winced. Mark, the club president wants an emergency meeting. Tomorrow morning. I can't, Mark said desperately. I have a client meeting. Had a client meeting, Patricia corrected, still scrolling. According to Twitter, your firm's managing partner is re-evaluating all current relationships. That was posted 2 minutes ago. The color drained from Mark's face. His phone buzzed again, this time with a text. I caught a glimpse of the screen. It was Susan. Mother needs you? I asked, my voice dripping with fake concern. He opened the message, then let out a bitter laugh. She wants to know if I can book her a car service. The resort staff is being difficult about her room charges. Shocking. I adjusted my purse strap. Well, I'm sure you'll figure something out. You always do, right? For Mom? Georgia. He reached for me again, but I stepped back. Don't. My voice was steady now. Don't touch me. Don't call me. Don't try to explain. Just don't. But I love you. No. I shook my head. You love the idea of me, the supportive wife who never questioned you, the woman who trusted you enough to hand over her future. That person's gone now. More phones were chiming around the pool. The story was spreading faster than wildfire in a drought. Your mother's trending, Patricia announced. Someone dug up her social media history, All those posts about her medical treatments next to pictures of her shopping sprees? Not a good look. Mark's phone buzzed yet again. This time when he looked at it, he actually swayed on his feet. "The firm," he whispered. They're suspending me, pending investigation." "Well," I said, smoothing down my red dress, "I guess karma doesn't need an infinity pool to make a splash." A few people actually applauded at that. Mark looked around wildly, seeing nothing but judgment and camera phones where there used to be respect and admiration. "What am I supposed to do now?" he asked, his voice small. "I don't know," I replied honestly. "Maybe ask your mother. She seems to have all the answers, except how to pay her own bills." I turned to leave, but stopped after a few steps. Looking back over my shoulder, I delivered one final blow. "You know what's funny? If you'd just been honest from the start, I would have helped. We could have found a way to support your mother that didn't involve fraud. But you chose lies over love. And now?" I gestured at the crowd of former friends recording his downfall. "Now you get to live with that choice, in public." As I walked away, head high in my red dress, I heard Patricia say, "Oh, look, Mark's messy mother is trending now, too." The last thing I saw before entering the resort was Mark, standing alone by the infinity pool, watching his carefully constructed life dissolve into nothing, just like our savings, just like our marriage, just like his mother's fake medical emergency. Sometimes karma doesn't just come around. Sometimes it comes with receipts. The drive home from the Berkshires felt surreal. My phone kept buzzing with notifications, messages from friends who'd seen the viral videos, news alerts about Mark's firm launching an investigation, and endless texts from Zariah demanding details. I ignored them all until I saw Stefan's name pop up. "Are you okay?" his message read. "Just saw what happened. The videos are everywhere." I pulled into a rest stop and called him. "I'm fine," I said when he answered. "Well, not fine, but—" "Come to the office," he said. "We need to talk about your finances." "Stefan, it's almost 8. I'm still here, and you shouldn't be alone right now." 40 minutes later, I was sitting in his office, still wearing my red dress, while he poured us both a drink. "So," he said, handing me a glass of whiskey, "want to tell me how my best financial planner missed the signs of fraud in her own account?" "Because I trusted him." I took a long sip. "Stupid, right? Human." He sat on the edge of his desk. "But now we need to be strategic. I've already called my friend at the FBI's Financial Crimes Unit." I nearly choked on my drink. "The FBI? Georgia, they used fake medical documents to commit fraud. That's federal territory." He pulled out a file. "And I've been doing some digging. Your mother-in-law has a history of this." He spread out papers across his desk, credit card statements, loan applications, bank records. 3 ex-husbands, he said, pointing to different documents. Each one mysteriously emptied their accounts before the divorce. And look at this. 2 years ago, she convinced her brother to mortgage his house for her cancer treatments. Let me guess. She didn't have cancer. She had a spa membership in Switzerland. He shook his head. The brother lost his house. My phone buzzed again. Mark's face appeared on the screen. "Don't answer," Stefan said. "Let everything go through lawyers from now on." "I don't have a lawyer." "Yes, you do." He handed me a business card. "Maria's the best divorce attorney in Boston. She's expecting your call tomorrow." I stared at the card, reality finally hitting me. "I'm getting divorced." "You're getting justice," he corrected. "And your money back if I have anything to say about it." My phone lit up with another notification. Zariah had sent a link to a news article. Financial firm suspends executive amid fraud allegations. "It's all falling apart for him," I whispered. "Good." Stefan's voice was hard. "He deserves it. Both of them do." A knock at the office door made us both jump. It was the night security guard. "Sorry to interrupt, but there's a woman in the lobby insisting on seeing Miss Georgia. Says she's her mother-in-law." "Susan's here?" I stood up so fast I almost spilled my drink. "Want me to send her away?" the guard asked. I looked at Stefan, who nodded slightly. "No," I said. "Send her up." 5 minutes later, Susan swept into the office. Her designer outfit was wrinkled, her makeup smeared. "Well," she said, dropping into a chair uninvited, "I hope you're happy. You've destroyed my son's life." Pretty sure you did that yourself, Stefan said, moving to stand beside me. And who are you? She snapped. Someone who's already reported you to the FBI. Susan's face went pale. The FBI? Wire fraud, medical documentation fraud, interstate conspiracy. He ticked off points on his fingers. Should I continue? This is ridiculous. She turned to me. Georgia, you can't let them do this. Think about Mark. I am thinking about Mark, I said quietly. I'm thinking about how you trained him to destroy his life to fund yours. I gave him everything. You took everything, I corrected. And now you've lost everything. She stood up, straightening her Gucci blazer. This isn't over. Actually, Stefan held up his phone. It is. The FBI just confirmed they're opening an investigation. I'd stay in town if I were you. Susan's composure finally cracked. You don't understand. I need that lifestyle. I deserve... Get out, I said, my voice steady. Get out before I call security again. She opened her mouth to argue, then seemed to deflate. Without another word, she turned and left, her designer heels clicking away down the hallway. You okay? Stefan asked softly. I looked at him, at the scattered evidence of Susan's lifetime of fraud, at my wedding ring still gleaming on my finger. No, I said, slipping off the ring, but I will be. The ring made a satisfying ping as it landed in the trash can. The next 2 weeks passed in a blur of lawyers, FBI interviews, and viral videos. I'd moved in with Zariah temporarily, sleeping on her couch while my life reorganized itself into something recognizable. Look at this, Zariah said one morning, sliding her tablet across the breakfast table. Mark's firm officially fired him. I scanned the press release. Words like breach of trust and ethical violations jumped out at me. That's not all, she continued, scrolling through her phone. The country club revoked his membership, and 3 charity boards asked for his resignation. What about Susan? Oh, that's the best part. The FBI found evidence of at least 6 other fraud schemes. Turns out your mother-in-law's been scamming people for decades. My phone buzzed. Maria, my divorce attorney. Georgia, she said when I answered. We've received an interesting proposal from Mark's lawyer. He wants to meet. Says he has something important to discuss. An hour later, I sat in Maria's office, watching Mark fidget in the chair across from me. He looked terrible, unshaven, wearing a wrinkled suit that used to fit better. Thank you for meeting me, he said quietly. Make it quick, Maria replied, her pen poised over her legal pad. Mark pulled out a folder. I'm signing over everything. The house, the cars, my personal accounts, what's left of them, and this. He slid a check across the table. I looked at the amount and felt my breath catch. This is $200,000, he finished, plus interest. I sold my watches, my golf club membership, everything of value. Mom's going to prison, Georgia. I can't change that, but I can try to fix what I did to you. Mark, please, he held up his hand. Let me finish. I've been in therapy this past week. Turns out being a pathological mama's boy isn't actually normal. He attempted a weak smile. I destroyed something precious because I never learned to say no to her. I'm not asking for forgiveness. I just want you to have back what I stole. Maria examined the check. This appears legitimate. We can have it verified within the hour. It's real, Mark said. It's all I have left, actually. Well, that and a bunch of viral videos of my public disgrace. Those videos saved other people from being scammed, I said. The FBI found 3 more families your mother was targeting. He winced. I know. They interviewed me yesterday. I told them everything. He stood up slowly. I'm moving to Seattle next week. Fresh start, entry-level position at a small firm. No trust funds or society connections this time. Just honest work. Good, I said, surprising myself by meaning it. He paused at the door. I really did love you, Georgia. I just loved my mother's approval more. I'm sorry it took losing everything to figure that out. After he left, Maria looked at me over her glasses. Well, that was unexpected. Is it wrong that I feel sorry for him? No, she said, starting to draw up the papers. But it's better that you feel sorry for him from a distance. That evening, I met Stefan for dinner at a quiet restaurant downtown. He'd been my rock through everything, helping the FBI build their case, connecting me with financial advisors to protect my restored savings. Mark gave back the money, I told him as we settled into our booth. I know. He smiled. I may have suggested to his new employer that restitution would look good on his record. You found him the Seattle job? Everyone deserves a chance to rebuild, he said, then quickly added, as long as that rebuilding happens 3,000 miles away from you. I laughed for what felt like the first time in weeks. Thank you for everything. Speaking of rebuilding, he slid a folder across the table. The senior partner position is yours if you want it. The board was impressed with how you handled your own financial crisis. Said it showed integrity. Stefan, just think about it, he said softly. You're stronger than you know, Georgia. You turned a betrayal into justice, not just for yourself, but for others. That's the kind of leader we need. Before I could respond, my phone buzzed with a news alert. Susan's face filled the screen, her mugshot this time, not a spa selfie. Federal charges filed in multi-state fraud case, the headline read. Socialite faces up to 20 years. Karma really does come for everyone, I murmured. Sometimes it just needs a little help, Stefan replied, raising his glass. To new beginnings? I clinked my glass against his, feeling something warm and hopeful unfurl in my chest. To new beginnings. And for the first time since everything fell apart, I truly believed in those words. The morning of Susan's sentencing, I sat in the federal courthouse, watching her world finally crumble. Gone were the designer clothes and spa-perfected skin. In their place was a woman in a plain gray suit, her roots showing through her expensive dye job. 15 years, Zariah whispered beside me as the judge read the sentence, plus full restitution to all victims. Susan turned to scan the courtroom, her eyes landing on me. For a moment, I saw the manipulative woman who'd destroyed her son's life to fund her own. Then her shoulders slumped, and she was just another convicted fraudster being led away in handcuffs. Outside the courthouse, reporters clustered with their microphones. Ms. Georgia, how does it feel knowing your viral video led to uncovering decades of fraud? Do you have any comment about your ex-husband's new life in Seattle? I stepped up to the microphones, feeling Stefan's supportive presence behind me. The only comment I have is this. Trust should be earned, not exploited. My ex-mother-in-law didn't just steal money, she stole people's faith in their loved ones. That's the real crime here. Back at the office, my new corner office as senior partner, I found a package waiting on my desk. The return address was Seattle. Inside was a letter from Mark and a stack of cashier's checks. Georgia, the letter read, these are for the other families my mother hurt. I've been working extra jobs to help make things right. My therapist says I can't fix the past, but I can choose who I am now. Thank you for showing me what real integrity looks like. Mark. That's unexpected, Stefan said from my doorway. People can surprise you. I looked up at him. Sometimes in good ways. He stepped into the office, closing the door. Speaking of surprises, remember that fraud prevention program you proposed? The one for helping families spot financial abuse? What about it? The board approved it, full funding. He grinned. They want you to lead it. Really? You're the perfect choice. Who better to teach people about financial manipulation than someone who exposed one of Boston's biggest fraud cases? My phone buzzed. A text from Zariah with a link. OMG, look at this. It was a video of Susan's old social media posts, edited together with clips from her trial. The caption read, From spa days to prison days, how one woman's luxury lifestyle was built on lies. It had over 1 million views. Still trending, Stefan noted, looking over my shoulder. Your story really struck a nerve. It wasn't just my story. It was everyone's story who ever trusted the wrong person. I stood up, moving to the window. You know what the weird thing is? I'm actually grateful it happened. Grateful? It taught me what I'm capable of, standing up for myself, helping others, building something new. I turned to face him. Speaking of which, would you like to get dinner tonight? Not as colleagues this time. His smile lit up his whole face. I thought you'd never ask. That evening, over dinner at a small Italian restaurant, my phone buzzed one last time. It was an email from one of Susan's other victims, the brother who'd lost his house. Thank you, it read. Because of your testimony and the restitution order, I'm getting my home back. My kids will have their rooms again. You didn't just expose a fraud, you gave us back our future. I showed the email to Stefan. See, he said softly. Sometimes the best revenge isn't about getting even. It's about getting better. To getting better, I raised my glass. And to the woman who turned a betrayal into a blessing for others, he added. As our glasses clinked, I thought about trust and truth, about karma and consequences. I thought about the woman I was when this all started, believing in a perfect life built on lies. That woman was gone, replaced by someone stronger, wiser, and surprisingly happier. My phone buzzed again. Another victim thanking me for coming forward, then another, and another. You've started a movement, Stefan observed. People are finally talking about financial abuse within families. Good, I said, because that's how we prevent the next Susan. That's how we protect the next family. And what about protecting your own happiness? He asked, reaching across the table to take my hand. I looked at our intertwined fingers, at the space where my wedding ring used to be. That space didn't feel empty anymore. It felt like possibility. I think, I smiled, squeezing his hand, I'm already doing that. Sometimes the deepest wounds lead us to our greatest strength. Sometimes betrayal leads us to our truest path. And sometimes, when we're brave enough to face the truth, we find something better than the lies we once believed in. We find ourselves.